Yes, dear. So it would seem. Yes.
30 seconds to battle!
Of course, my dear. But of course. It is foretold.
Enjoy yourself, but not too much, please.
This augurs well for many days. If I must. Yes. Of course, my dear. Here's your fortune. I should say so. Why not? I go. Very well. Most certainly. But of course.
Put it out of your
Oh,
mind.
wonderful. If I must. Of course, dear. It is foretold. Of course, my dear. So it would seem. How very nice. Yes. I go.
Denied.
Very good. I should say so. Why not? Yes. Oh, wonderful. But of course. Yes, dear. But of course. Of course, my dear. Very well. Most certainly.
Face it, you're a loser.
If I must. Of course, my dear. But of course. Juste a moment. I died a little just now. So it would seem. Yes. I resist.
Use mine.
Let me tell your fate. I should say so. This won't take long. Yes, dear. Oh, wonderful! Very good. There is no escape. No. Of course, my dear.
Seal you.
Why not? Very well. You resist it. Now drink deep. It is for
Radiant
the
structures are fortified.
No, certainly. Out of mana. But of course.
Your middle tower is under attack. Not good. Not good at all.
Oh, wonderful.
Your middle tower is under attack. No. No, 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 no.
I go. Of course, my dear.
That
Very good. Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
take that as you will.
But of course. I should say so.
Your middle tower is under attack.
If I must.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Look at them run. Yes. Of course, dear. So it would seem. No, certainly. Very well. Yes, dear. Of course, my dear. It is foretold. Of course, my dear. Very well. Yes. Hear my prophecy. Look your death in the face. Very good. Of course, my dear. Face your fate. Yes, dear. So it would seem. I go. It is foretold. Of course, my dear. Most certainly. Beware.
Treasures.
It is foretold.
Your middle tower is under attack. Oh, the enemy's bottom tower has been denied.
I should say so.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Hold on your hats.
But of course. But of course. Face your fate. Look at them run. Let me tell your fate. Death calls and my enemies come. Most certainly. It is foretold. God, my little ladies. If I must. So it would seem. Yes.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Why not? I should say so. Come back to me, come back to me. Of course, my dear. Your fortune? Very well. Of course, my dear. Very good. I go.
Your middle tower is under attack. You may want to take care of that.
But of course. I see a dark future for us all. It is foretold. Regeneration, dear. Yes, dear.
New treasures.
Most certainly. Yes. Oh, wonderful.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
If I must.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
But of course.
Your bottom tower is under
So
attack.
it would seem.
Your bottom tower is under attack. The radiant forces are fortified. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. In your face. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Very good. If I must. Of course, my dear. This won't take long. Profitez-en. Je fais mon lutte. Very well. There is no escape.
Double kill!
So it would seem.
It is mine.
Yes. Time yet. I go.
Not for myself, but for the
It is foretold. Why not? I should say so. Of course, my dear. What a harvest on my beautiful sky. I go. But of course,
haste.
look your distant face. If I must, I resist. Why not?
Killing spree.
Yes.
Double kill.
Yes. But of course. Very good. Wonderful. It is foretold.
Killing spree.
New treasures.
Of course, my dear. Of course, my dear. A little more death within me.
Regeneration.
Most certainly. I resist. I should say so. So it would seem. Hush now. This vision cannot be unseen.
I'll take that.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And I was just being dead again. power that slays you.
Watch out!
But of course. This won't take long.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Excellent.
No
Your bottom tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Bravo! The enemy's middle barracks have fallen.
no escape.
Your bottom tower is under attack. May I suggest caution?
Come back to me. Of course, my dear.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Of course, my dear. Yes. Why not?
Let me see. Carnage.
Let me tell you.
Dominating.
It is foretold. If I must. Yes. Your fortune. Oh, wonderful. Yes.
Roshan has fallen to the dire.
Now.
Attack.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen. Jolly good. Radiant's courier has been killed.
It is foretold. Enough out of you.
Dominating. Double kill.
Radiant structures are fortified.
literal disaster.
I cut quite a figure, don't I?
Mother of all evil. Windows of death open
Again,
wide.
silence.
I am the Enigma.
All systems nominal.
Oh, it's the
Full
juggernaut.
sail ahead.
Name's Meepo, Geomancer.
My
Nice to meet you.
song grows sweeter.
Not this again.
Great team fight on SMG. It doesn't give them the strong.
You mentioned the bans there, and we see Death Prophet being banned, and I guess, you know, you guys talking about Tide being +5. Would you favor banning out that Death Prophet to not go in 5 than to, say, a Tide?
I think considering that SMG has a Beastmaster, yeah, you want to take off the DP. The push potential of Beastmaster to support Death Prophet makes it pretty hard to lose fights. Like, you can't afford to do that if you're Fnatic.
Legion Commander.
The fights, towers just melt. Fnatic off the Hoodwink go into the Legion Commander, so they've got stable hold now under offlane. That should be our jabs here coming out. And there is some good damage coming through, like a Hoodwink Legion Commander lane is actually fairly aggressive. Hoodwink does have great stuns, great mini stuns, great control, great damage once you have level 6.
5 seconds.
So you can kind of build off, play with the LC there. My one worry for Fnatic is their team fight doesn't feel amazing. And I love the pick from SMG straight into the Storm for Moon, knowing that the supports don't really have the best hold. Like the Bane, you could argue, once he has the grip up, can keep a Storm down, but you're also going to need Aether Lens up, you're going to need some good positioning out. The Storm doesn't necessarily have to be the front line for SMG, so I think it's a very protected Storm pickup, and if you're worried about mid lane rotations, Hoodwink can get that done, but it's also not the jumpiest. Like, there is enough leeway there for a Storm to maybe bail out, maybe call his own supports to come in and help out.
I gotta disagree with, this is one of the first times John and I get to disagree with each other. I gotta say, I think the Storm's a risky pick here. Like, into the LC, Bane, and Hoodwink, and even the Kunkka.
10 seconds.
I know they probably feel like Moon's protected because you've got the Beastmaster type front line. So it kind of like, you've got to really concentrate on what you want to catch here for Fnatic. But I don't know, Moon on this Storm, like, he's a great Storm player, but if I was on the side of Fnatic, I feel like I'd have plenty of lockdown for this Storm Spirit and plenty of ways to catch him. So me and John are a little bit torn on this one, but I suppose we'll wait and see. But I'd be very afraid of at least the LC Bane.
5 seconds remaining.
That single target hold is pretty strong. I think for Fnatic to build off of that, you'd have to see maybe some early rotations out. The lane matchup for the Kunkka is honestly not something we see too often. I feel like the Kunkka should still get a lot, but Storm Spirit level 3 is pretty strong. Like, you get the Vortex, you get your Remnant off, you get the Overload charges on top. It is a lot of damage for a Storm in that specific leveled spike, so I think that's something Moon's gonna look to push forward. Your rotations from Grimstroke is pretty alright. It's not as jumpy as a Hoodwink, or not as instantaneous control as a Bane, so I think SMG might be looking to just tone things down, get the farm up for the Storm. I think this does mean you want a more active pause 1 from Moon, simply because we talk about the Spirit Brothers a lot. Like, Storm is one of the slower Spirit Brothers, right? Like, he needs Orchid, he needs maybe like Haya Sanj, Bloodstone to be up and running to really be effective. And if it falls behind, it falls behind hard. And Fnatic close out with a Tinker.
Oh boy.
Oh my god, the Tinker out on mid. Alright, so the Storm lane's now just kind of meh. Because you're up against it. It's not going to be fun. It's going to be a Kunkka safe lane for Raven, it looks like. So that does deal with a Beastmaster lane actually quite well. Mike mentioned it. You can clear out the creeps quite nicely with Tidebringer. Fnatic, they flex that Kunkka pretty hard, and SMG are now in a pretty awkward spot.
Yeah, let me go ahead and just say what everybody's thinking. Everyone hates Tinker. This is a terrible pick from Fnatic. All jokes aside, though, I mean, it's an interesting Tinker pick, right? Because you're against Storm Beastmaster, so those are generally, at least years ago, those were the counters towards Tinker. You had the Hawk Vision through the tree line. You had the Storm to zip in. You've got a Tide who can blink Ravage later on. You've got the Inkswell. I don't know. This is not going to be the easiest Tinker game, but perhaps the idea is we're going to bait our mill. Moon's going to zip in to try and catch out this Tinker, and then we're just going to lock him down and kill him. It might be a bit of a bait kind of pick here from Fnatic to try and say, hey, come kill our Tinker. It's a free kill, but it may not be that easy with Fnatic. So I can't say I like it because Tinker, the terrible hero. Should be
Out of principle, you don't like it. Well, that is going to be Fnatic's draft, where we also see SMG's draft rounded out with that Razor. And John, I want a little bit of analysis from you as to how this Razor fully rounds out that draft.
It's the aggressive pause when we were looking for from mid 1, so you can just get running from the 15-minute mark. It's great against the Kunkka, it's great against the LC. Static link them, they're not going to do damage, and there's not much to really stop the Razor from running around here. So it's a great way for SMG to just tie it up. I think Mike highlights a lot of issues with both mids, like the Tinker has ways of being kept down, so does the Storm. There's a lot of back and forth here, and this should be really interesting to watch, because again, this is SMG's draft at their finest, and I think Fnatic's going to have to fight against that very well.
It's definitely going to be an interesting game to watch, as we are going to be jumping into game number 1. I'm going to be hopping out of here, and I will see you guys afterwards.
Thank you very much. Now we'll get in game 1 between SMG and Fnatic. John, one of these teams has to be knocked out of the regionals finals today. Well, we'll have to find out which one it's going to be, but you did say you'd liked SMG's draft quite a bit. I'll agree with you on this one, Jonathan. I think this is much more of an SMG draft the way you used to. And I kind of appreciate the fact that mid one just says, screw it, I don't want to farm this game. I want to play Razor, and I just want to terrorize people.
He's just going to be able to run up and be able to really control his lane matchups as well. Like lane matchups, Razor versus LC is a very good Razor lane. We've got some lovely flying action. From Neff. And of course, pick and handle the main camera. Thank you very much for giving us a good view. Going back to your points about holding down the Tinker, right? The Tinker. You've got the roar, you've got everything. Nullity down when you do spot. In fact, they're going for a bit of aggression with mid one here.
Yeah, they've got DJ. I think DJ is kind of screwed here, as mid one should be able to chase him down, but doesn't really want to go onto the high ground. A little bit afraid that perhaps DJ had the help around him on that hoodwink. Fair enough, as Fnatic was missing on the map. Gotta say though, I do love this hoodwink. I personally didn't get it myself, but very, very nice from Valve's end.
It's a lovely piece of work on that. The taunt is pretty good as well. They are kind of setting up for that aggression. You just look at the lanes of SMG. Just look at Tide Razor is so aggressive. Don't really want to overcommit here if you're Fnatic right now.
Come on, then. You don't. Move in. DJ again going to be targeted, and he's probably going to go down as that Static Vic is going to go all the way. We're trying to very fire up, but it is not going to be enough. SMG already with first blood, and John, you called it. Not really worth the fight there for Fnatic, but they take it anyway, and they get punished.
And it's just so much commitment. To try and win out that bounty room trade. Or SMG find everything they want. They do lose out on the bounties in the end. It's a 3 for 1 star Fnatic managing to snag it away. It cost them a life. That's a kill. That's an EXP going to one. It's laying down bot is not going to be fun at all. it's a Razor up against a really offlaner. DJ's gonna have to do a lot of work to win him out, but he can't really trade against Roger either. Roger's very tanky. He has a lot of HP. He managed to melt down some of that. When you're hitting the tide, the Razor gets to have fun and just farm on. And this is the level 1. This is the level 2. Level 3 is gonna be even worse and even worse. Jabs. He's got some jabs. He's got some attack, but there's nothing big to dispel. So I think Midwin's just gonna be able to control this lane quite well.
I love the fact that Mid-1 just keeps aiming DJ as well before he does pick up those levels in Scurry, but even then I think it's level 4. Generally you want to go for Scurry if you do it at that. Mid-1 just focusing on the much easier target every time, and DJ's only got 540 HP on that Hoodwink, so it's not a very hard kill to get. Still, we'll have a look at the other lanes as well. We're looking at top lane right now where Genuel and Raven going to be against Raging Potato and Arfu. We had a lot to say about this laning stage throughout the panel, John, but Raging and Arfu should have arguably a pretty good time here on this Beastmaster Grimstroke. Problem is, though, Fnatic did switch up this Conquer, so it is a safe lane Conquer here for Raven. That may make things a little bit more complicated for SMG.
That slows down Raging Potato's lane quite nicely and quite tied nicely. Just clear out Tide Wars. You don't want to bleed out those Wars early on. You've got some defense as well coming through with the Bane anyway. Still, they are playing around being 12, trying to apply pressure, but Raven's already up there in the CS already. Arkunka's off to a very strong start. It's a very fast pause one as well. Just kind of want arm, kind of want travel some DKB. You're good to go. So looking for that early timing from Mid-1 and Raven this game.
Certainly so. Of course, that final lane we haven't really talked about too much. Mid lane, Armel and Moon against each other. I think of the Storm matchup so far is favoring Moon in terms of CS, but only by 1. Armel doing a great job of throwing out that harassment immediately onto that Storm, and it's one of those things with the Tinker these days. You can harass very heavily in that laning phase as bot lane. Well, there's going to be a bit of a chase onto Mid-1. They'll turn right back around onto DJ, and it's just so much damage being pumped out, but not quite enough to get the Hoodwink kill. Still, this bottom lane proves to continue being very aggressive from either side.
They're just looking to really go forward. I think this is the right play from Jabs and DJ, because they've got the Mid-1 out, and he's low again.
Nice bushwhack, Mid-1, very, very low. Jabs is going to try and have a look around, but can't quite find him, and now Jabs, in a bit of an awkward scenario, is trapped in that tree line, but is still trying to fight Mid-1. Without the overwhelming odds, though, you can't really hope to snipe him. They'll even go for the link out to try and kill him off as Mid-1 going to chase DJ, but he's gone too far. He has gone too far. He's given a kill back the way of Fnatic, and it was a very aggressive play to make there from Mid-1, and it certainly does not end up paying off.
It's just way too far forward. I feel like he was in a good position. Just sit back, fill back up. Still some aggression up top as well. Lots of action across the map here.
Might have Genuel in that Bane as it just got so much slow. With these balls and the Stroke of Fate, eventually Raging should be able to get it, but some great body blocks out from Raven. By the time for Genuel to get himself out, Wolves losing another life to the side of SMG.
Just managing to hold back there. It's a Bane back there. Really worry about losing him, but denying him ball effect for the snowball effect on Beastmaster. I think that's Beastmaster. Does manage to catch Moon out here.
Very nice rotation out from DJ. Moon trying to still go for the water rune and does pick it up, but it's not going to matter. A Hoodwink, one of those great position fours to have for that roaming potential. And as you can see, DJ, with 1 level in Acorn Shot and Bushwhack, is able to secure the kill.
Yep. We just managed to get some punishment off onto Moon. This is going to help Armel bounce back a little bit in the lane. It's not back a little bit in the lane coming out from Armel. Certainly not the overwhelming start. One area where our Tinker will shine is clearing out Ancients. We don't see any stacks build up because of the action side lanes. I think you've got to be able to give Armel a little bit more in that lane. That rotation does enable that. 2-1 start, 5 minutes in. 1 start, looking a little bit better for Fnatic, but otherwise still a very even game. Still a very even game. Has to be a bit careful there.
Being chased down again. DJ just constantly setting up with that Bushwhack. You can't really underestimate how much damage that Bushwhack does do. Even if it's DPS damage now, it's still 300 and to hurt. At least at max level. The DJ has opted to try and max out the Acorn Shot first, which is also fair enough, because that bonus damage in the bounces also adds up to quite a bit, especially if you can get the group up. Well, it looks like Jabs is going to start rotating over to protect the large camp pool here for DJ, and successfully managed to get it off. They are definitely doing a pretty darn great job of slowing down Mid-1 on that Razor. I mean, in terms of CS, nothing to write home about the mid. Only 18-7. You compare that to the 21-4 of Jabs, and more importantly, you compare that to the 37-3 of Raven across the map. That is pretty detrimental here to SMG.
That's not what you want to see. What you want from the Razor. His Falcon Blade's a long way away. His courier's constantly being sniped out by DJ. Fnatic's just playing really well on the aggression here. Once they manage to get a grip on Roger, midway has to be cautious. Damage output Studios are pretty high.
Akon shot and Bushwhack is there, but it's a little bit too late. Waited it out a little bit too long to try and chase down the Razor, but you'll at least force out another salve usage here from Roger. Top lane, Raven, he's been jumped. Throw the boat out, but Moon's made a very nice rotation himself. Still Nightmare gonna buy a bit more time, but Raven beating down the stroke of fate. They can chase for more until Amel, they go in a grading, swallow out Arfu, catching out both heroes. And that'll mean Genuel to drop as Amel is gonna keep trying to chase down Arfu, but he has to be a little bit wary. Moon is still around with the soul ring up and a bottle charge so he can keep going. And Arfu's done a great job of just hiding within that fog and not allowing Armel to secure this kill. Big wins here for SMG in this offlane.
Really early rotation out from Moon, but does pay off while they're pinning down a Raven. On a Raven, slow down some of that snowball effect. I think for Fnatic, they've got a lot of emphasis on their own movement out, and they haven't managed to give Armel some stacks to play with, which is really the strength. You buy that smoke, clear a triple stacking, suddenly hit this massive. All this aggression bot is going to cost him.
I mean, press the attack going to help a little bit, but that link is just such a long and lengthy link that he had. But mid one now, he's falling low himself as Jabs is going to turn back around with the Acorn shot. It's going to land, giving the vision over for the Rock. Armel ends up making a very, very fruitful rotation here down at the bot lane. Fnatic able to find 2 more targets for themselves, and you get the DJ kill in the end, but what the hell does that matter when you lost mid one and Roger?
Yeah, you're bleeding out way too much here on SMG. You are just buying some space out of Moon, trying to get that Storm up and running. Issue is down to Storm. I still only going to counter it. They are going to make a move on Armel though.
That's the big target you want to get right now. On that Tinker with that X-Sword, you might have just enough, but Genuel, Nightmare Dodge is going to be there. Armel,
oh my god.
Alive, and now the laser comes down. Moon's been baited in. We talked about this, John. There's Arfu going as well, and Roger, all he can do is try to run. Luckily, he does have a haste rune, so he'll be fine. But we mentioned that, Jonathan, during the draft. That Tinker, it always looks so juicy when you're playing Storm, but sometimes you can get baited in.
Yeah, and we talked about SMG having this tendency to be over-aggressive, as we saw in their boom game. And it looks like they're just they're seeing red right now. They're seeing red. They want that kill. They don't have the levels to get all the control they need. Like Bristol, ways off, my 6 on prize. They will jump again onto DJ.
Try, but the Bushwhack's going to slow him down. Still Moon, a little bit of hesitation, but realizes DJ is alone eventually and does secure the kill. Meanwhile, for the North, Genuel also dying to Raging Potato, who does already have the helm of the Dominator up. Does also commit that roar to secure the kill. You know what, John? Even if you did find that Tinker early on, SMG, understanding how strong their draft is right now, do move into that mid-tier 1 tower. And it does seem like Fnatic are unable to defend.
Yep. Great push coming out. One of the strengths of SMG's draft is that push potential with a Beastmaster. So they get to play around with these really aggressive wards they have on the mid lane. And if they want to keep applying that pressure, keep hitting Fnatic from trying to get farm on their Tinker, this is a good time for them to start punch. Just clearing out the top jungle. Raging has a lot of space for himself. Raven is having to share with Raging, so you're cutting off the play. Well, and bot lane isn't cleared out at Playwin. They are maybe looking for some fight here though.
Raven very aggressively moving in, but SMG, they want to take the fight. I mean, Roger's got Ravage, so he just pops immediately in Armel. He's been stunned up. Raven is still trying to get out, but there is no way. Soulbind there on Genuel. They'll just keep following up as they just stuck around here on Fnatic, and they'll pay even higher prices as Roger does go down, but now Moon, realizing it is safe, does go into Armel and gets another kill for himself as DJ. Can't really help out. All he can do is try to escape now, and he might just make it, but Moon wants to keep chasing the stun. It's not going to land, but they have another silence with the vision out from Raging Potato's creep. Won't be enough. DJ will be able to get out, but it's still a very heavy price that Fnatic pays for that aggression.
Yeah, they get punished for forcing that fight. You pointed it out. Raven wanted to run back in there, and maybe expected only to kill off and just snatch the kill off, but the backup was there. And for Fnatic, if you give Jab some space, sure he's saving up towards the blink. He's not the hero that you really need to scale up here. It's really Armel who has to be able to get what he wants. And for a Tinker, and that does mean hitting level 2 rearms, so level 12, level 18. That's still a ways off for that spike. And Armel has been doing a good job of showing up, but in those large engagements, that rearm time is just so long that you can't really pump out enough damage to turn a fight on its head with your presence. So I think a little bit more patience from Fnatic in terms of up against sort of dive or that sort of movement out SMG is in order. Because again, they're tier 1's lost. SMG's feeling top jungle. They're going to look to hunt down there every single time.
Well, credit where credit is due, John. Yesterday we Raven, he did die in a rather strange way last time around, but he is still top of the network board and still farming very nicely here in this Conquer.
Yeah, they'll be able to find that bot out from SMG, so they can open up the bot jungle for some farms, some gold back, towards the Kunkka side of SMGR, trying to keep track of Armel. That Tinker's very slippery now with the blink up, so it's going to be a bit harder to pin him down, but they are also setting up up top. Maybe a bit of a tower trade. SMG still has the advantage with that tier 1 gone. I don't see Fnatic push on mid anytime. And that's where Fnatic's draft kind of falls flat. Their push potential isn't that high outside of shoving back the creep wave. But it takes them a lot longer to commit onto objectives, whereas SMG can clear the map out and clear the really fast. With a top tier 1 gone, top jungle is definitely enough.
А то это, знаешь, вот, типа заходишь в ранг, тебе такой попадается Тинкер в бане, он берет какого-нибудь там, вот меня мужик Леона взял, как бы было плохо, а потом как бы Тинкера взял и как бы было у него хорошо. И это немножечко так вот так напрягает немножко. Ладно, тут Fnatic смоук нажимают.
EJ might be able to find a pushback to set up or even a duel out from Jabs. Instead, though, they'll try him to Raging because he does get caught out now. He has held the round, but the damage output is way too high. Once you do have that initial duel going, just the sharpshooter alone taking out so much HP, and the Raging Potato, he'll drop.
It's not the biggest kill, but that's dual win out. Jabs is going to keep building up on that Legion. Does have the blink flying through.
the fun begin.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh!
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Over here now.
Kill!
Blew it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This will do nicely.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Touche.
Tower is under attack.
Sends me home. Zip. My
Invisibility.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Where's the party? been wanting this. Where's the party? A storm was coming?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's top tower is under attack! Radiant's top tower is under attack! tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Double damage! Where's the party?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Is a great conductor.
Not at all.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm over here.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Ho-ho!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Blimey!
Where's the party? Ha-ha! Over here now. Over here now. Zap! Huzzah!
Ooh, bounty!
Here I am. Whoa, what did I miss?
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Looking for me? Here I am.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Zip. I'm over here.
Giant's top tower is under attack. Giant's are fortified. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Touche. Over here now. Zip! Oh!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now over here! Zap! Over here now! Stupendous! Let the fun begin!
I debark once again.
Let the fun begin!
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Fallen to the Radiant. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Immortality!
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh! Zap!
Spree!
Sorted you out! Sorted. Whoa, what'd I miss? I've been wanting this. Over here now. Blown away!
Double kill!
Zip!
Not as impressive as the original.
probably the weirdest one that always works. I think that's something Fnatic's got to be cautious about, but it's not like you can just ban those out because there's so many other picks for SMG to take here.
More importantly, I think Fnatic need to get Genuel into the gaming house if there is one right now. As poor guys are stuck in the corner there, in front of a curtain. Poor old Genuel. get him to a gaming house. And Fnatic, maybe that's the communication issue we were looking at. I mean, SMG, I guess they're all together, and they're gonna start off with... See, I don't know if I like this, right? This looks like the Arfu Shadow Demon again. And we saw this yesterday, and we commented that Arfu, we prefer him to be on a playmaker. And they kind of throw him on these saving type heroes, right? Where he kind of just saves you to get caught out. He does a great job of it. But is it gonna work again? Like, because yesterday it looked pretty lackluster, to be frank.
Did, and I'd prefer that's a pause 5 for Roger, but I don't know, it could work. I'm just glad the Spirit Breaker's banned again, because Fnatic take it out, so SMG's gonna be forced to get something else for Raging, and I think that gives the Shadow Demon a little bit more room. Look what it comes out though, Tide Hunter's out, wasn't banned. There's your big circles coming out for Fnatic this time with the Lion. So they've got possibly the Jabs Tide here with the Lion pause 4, and I think that dual lane is pretty strong. There is room to give John Uel Tide. I mean, the guy runs really weird pause 5. Remember on Neon when he ran Troll pause 5? Yeah, John Uel can probably do the Tide as well. So it's kind of open for Fnatic, but yeah, I think Fnatic's setting themselves up well. They're giving themselves some team fight, and that's a good correction from game 1.
Are there any pause 4s that really make that are deemed viable to be pause 5, John? Or are you just sort of a blanket rule that it really isn't something...
Radiant team ban.
There's not really a 4 that enables a Shadow Demon. It's just that you can get something that play makes more. Not necessarily with a Shadow Demon, but for the team in general. I think that's the key thing for the draft of SMG. Like, they pick up this Quap now, and that could be our mid hero for Moon. It could be Raging Potato offlane Quap, which we've seen him do before on many different teams. I think some possibilities with a Shadow Demon in hand. You could try a Grimstroke. Like, that does give you double Demonic Purge, which is actually not amazing, because if you're using Soulbind, they're already slowed up, but it does give you some great control coming through. You have some good combinations with a Quap down the line. I think just something for Afu to play make with. Like, and that Shaker is still a pretty good option if they want it, although up against a Lion can be a bit annoying, and that lane can get a bit slow, especially if you're with a Quap. But just something for Afu to really set the pace for his team. I mean, again, Shadow Demon he can make some saves on. It just doesn't feel like he can be aggressive with a Shadow Demon by himself here.
I'm thinking you throw a pause 5 and you give him like Arfu or Mirana or something, right? Like you either go Mirana for Arfu, so you have an easy arrow set up, or maybe even flex the Quap and give Moon something like a Leshrac. I think it would be very nice to set up the Split Earth, but yeah, I mean that's whether they want Arfu to not play the Shadow Demon or not, because we know that Roger plays those very greedy fights. So I could be I would imagine we could see something else coming out of the 5 roll, and Arfu might just play this hero that just stacks the triangle forever.
Definitely isn't something that would be too bad for them. But the Tide being picked up here, the flexibility that it offers, how do you feel that they're going to be progressing with?
I think this will allow them to maybe just focus in on mid matchup. I think this makes it really hard because SMG with a Quap could still flex it. Like again, Raging Potato has played that before, maybe not in SMG, but elsewhere on the off lane. Something he's comfy with, so you don't necessarily get the best lane matchup for Fnatic if you do commit the Armel hero here. I think you might be better off just locking in the position of that Tide. And they do go with the Invoker, so that should be our Armel mid. It's one of his best heroes, something that he's been known for, especially in his time in TNC. You have really strong combos on hand, like say Invoker Tide. Down the line, you could go for Ags, Cataclysm, Ravage. It's a heck lot of circles on the map, and all those circles hurt. So you do have some decent build up here on Fnatic to play with, and there is some early aggression you can get out with the Urn build up on Quas Wex. You can look to maybe call your line over, look for a good stun chain and just kill off the opposing mid, whatever it may be. The Quap matchup, does feel alright for the co-op, especially in the first 3 levels. Invoker doesn't feel great, but you should be able to still sustain yourself on the Invoker and still find some farm, trade creeps, and still build up for that, at least the early earn time in here.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking now, like, do SMG want to flex the co-op? Because, like John said, the first 3 levels of Invoker is kind of rough. But then after that, he lanes against the co-op just fine. Like, it's very stagnant. So I'm wondering, I think that's why Fnatic's gone down the Armel Invoker route anyway. So I'm wondering whether SMG just want to flex it, throw it in the safe lane or the off lane now, and just pick something else in the mid lane that's much more dominant. And there's the Arfu Earthshaker. Thank goodness for that.
Finally, you guys have hyped me up. I'm so keen to see it.
Oh, he's a great Earthshaker player, this bloke. I mean, he just does such a great job. You never see this man miss a Fisher. He always gets the perfect Echo Slams. This should be a very exciting performance here for Arfu.
5 seconds remaining.
And you mentioned Roger usually playing greedier 5s. I mean, Shadow Demon's a much more selfless 5, and that allows Afu to be much, much greedier in that Shaker, because we know when Afu has Shaker, he kind of farms past 10 minutes for the next 10 to 20, you know, hit that blink timing, look to run around. Great pickup on the Brewmaster as well. So they've got this really nice off lane to a Brewmaster Shaker, which might not be the most aggressive. If you do get a good Fissure, the Brewmaster can just run you down. Very durable on the off lane as well. And the teamfight potential for SMG is pretty strong. You get the split off, you just tornado up the Invoker, tornado up the safe laner, focus on the squishier targets, clean up from there. Ags timing and refresh for the Brew down line as well. It's going to be big for Raging. So I'm loving this draft from SMG. I think it plays into their playstyle really well. We've got the Afu special. Fnatic go back into the morph. We don't have the natural morphling combinations on Fnatic's side. You know, they don't have the option for Spirit Breaker. It's been banned. They don't have the Shaker in their side, although you could still turn into the Shaker, but it's not as safe because you're going to have to do it in the middle of a team fight. And maybe the key thing for Fnatic here is just having good lane matchup against Brew. You do play pretty far. Brewmaster can't just run up, use all his spells. You've got some mobility on a Morphling, so you're not completely locked in, but it is very fast. Great for Fnatic's pacing here because Morphling takes some build up. Invoker can play fast, but he actually does want to also just build up a little bit, maybe until the 15-20 minute mark at best, and then run around once he's got a lot of charges on the urn, maybe level 15 as well for the best mix of spells, and that's going to take time. I think Fnatic's draft is leaning towards being a bit slower here in comparison to SMG.
It does feel that way. Morphling always kind of weird right now as well. Yeah, it doesn't feel like you can go shotgun build immediately. Like you got to play a bit more defensively usually, and I think it's very, very slow. Like SMG, I mean, they haven't picked up their POS 1 yet, so SMG might match that kind of slow-paced craft, but I agree with John. I think SMG can get very, very aggressive very early, and depending on what they give mid one, it might be a very similar story to the last game. Like, you could give him a hero like Razor again, and I think it would fit very nicely. Mind you, later on you might struggle a little bit into the Morphling, and you probably don't want Razor because you don't want to give him Static Link, but something along those lines I think would fit very nicely, and SMG could just run over them.
Is there enough right now on Fnatic's draft to allow the space and allow that to come online, John?
It doesn't. I honestly feel like it doesn't, just because you've got Line Tide and Invoker. If that is a core Tide, you're tied into just waiting for Ravage, right? Like that's your big teamfight spell for Tide. Beyond that, he might just be looking to farm as well. So maybe the best way for Fnatic to run this now is to run a POS 5 Tide, POS 4 line, something else in the off lane here for jabs that can play a little bit more up-tempo. And you see SMG kind of responding that way, taking out the Tusk, taking out the Pangolier, taking out some big offlaners that don't have too much cooldowns to wait for and can set up. I think Fnatic needs to find a hero like that to ensure that your three heroes can at least run and gun around the offlaner while waiting for the Invoker to hit its early spike and then buy that space out for the Morphling to snowball. But up against SMG's lineup, I feel like that's already a difficult prospect. You've got the saves from the Shadow Demon, you've got Afu Shaker, and Moon potentially on the plop, just looking to be aggressive early on, especially after, say, Kaya Sanj. Those are pretty quick timings for SMG to hit, and they're really going to be looking to kind of replicate game one, just run and gun and keep pressuring Fnatic.
Oh, they go for the Ursa too. I like that. I think there's not really great ways to deal with the Ursa and Rage this game. Like, so much disable on Fnatic, but as long as mid one's got that Enrage, and once he gets the shards up to make matters even worse, I think a lot of problems shutting him down, and it does again follow that kind of mid-game orientated draft they have. But past that 15-minute, 20-minute mark, you're going to see mid one joining his team again. And Fnatic is going to need a lot more time for Raven to hit that same mark on the Morphling. I really like the pick. I think it suits them very well, and there's nothing good for the Morphling to take off the Ursa either if you morph into him. So yeah, I think it's one of the pretty damn good pick for SMG.
Big praise there. SMG then with the closeout of their draft as we wait for.
Oh my god.
Wait, what?
Oh
John,
my god.
you need to explain this to me. I'm not gonna lie, I did not understand where this Venom has come from. You gotta tell me all about it.
The lane matchup against Ursa is good, and the hero is not good. I think that's the best we can say. Mike, you're a big fan of the Venomancer last pick. Let's hear your thoughts about this.
Oh, John, you got me started. Listen, it was TI-10, right? T1, I thought they were going on a great run, and then I see them draft Cuckoo, Veno, and I got so upset. I mean, you can ask the admins. I was in Discord raging about it. I knew we'd lost at that point at TI-10. It's happening to me again. I'm getting PTSD. I wanted to see a game 3 between these two. Fnatic, they've chosen Veno. I have no faith in it, Nat. I have absolutely no faith in this. None.
I was gonna ask for predictions, but I feel like I can just immediately pick it. But MLP, you definitely go on the side of SMG here. And John, I know you love this Earthshaker as well, and Arfu, so I think that speaks for itself. And another thing that's gonna speak for itself is game number 2. As we are gonna jump into it, I will let you both take it away.
Thank you very much, Nat. We'll get into it. Game number 2 between Fnatic and SMG set to get underway. Oh, hello, Nat. You're back. Nice to see you. We couldn't get rid of you. That's kind of fortunate. We like having you here, Nat. Don't you worry. You can cast with us. No, apparently not. Production doesn't want you here. Fair enough. It is MLP Dota and John X5. We're back in for game number 2. John, I mean, the Veno pick is good laning against the Earth, right? That's something you and I agree on. You are going to be able to really annoy this Ursa. But I agree with your point. Later on, what does Venomancer do in this game?
He drops one big circle and dies. And it's not even a really impact. It's a big circle. It's not the most impactful circle. I think for Fnatic, they're really focusing on lanes. What my bigger concern here, Mike, is DJ Tide. And DJ Tide comes out, and he is such a great... He sets up, we do a lot of work. Tide Hunter is not that aggressive, especially when Ravage is down. Tide does not do anything. He has no mobility until Blink. He has very close range spells. I don't know if Fnatic's going to be able to find that pacing, and I just like SMG's draft a lot better.
And we go to game number 2, and again we have that beautiful sky view brought to you by Neff. Very, very nice to see. But, well, Neff was getting us some sky view around the Roshan pit before a Roshan fight, so this is very technical stuff. There's Pythian Legume as well, obviously our observer. Thank you, Pythian. Shout out to him, doing a fantastic job to boot. We've got the best production team over here at BTS, Jonathan, don't we?
Yeah, we do. Definitely do. Maybe a bit of an argument over Neff, but Pythian's definitely the best in the job there, Mike.
Well, I meant Pythian. You know I didn't include Neff. Come on.
Oh, poor Neff. He's going to be so... He's going to express himself in BTS Pro Series 10 and NA when that does kick back in. Still, we've got the series coming up. Neff showcases Pythian. There you go. Some backing up from Pythian. This game should be fun, though. As fun as our obs are. I mean, Afu Shaker, like outside of, going away from the negatives of maybe a Venomancer, you've got Afu Shaker. I mean, it might be hard into Venomancer, right? Your Blink's gonna be cancelled, but this is still Afu on his best hero. It's a treat from SMG.
Yeah. Midone, I like the positioning in that Roshan fog. If they're gonna find Jab on that Venomancer, though, a nice Earth Spike is out from Januel. That'll slow them down, but the Fisher block will connect onto Jabs. They've already had enough. They're not willing to go any further. Bit of a delay, bit of damage here onto Fnatic. The end, I believe it was a 2-for-2 trade on those bounty runes, so a nice even start. And you did make the comment, John. You didn't seem to be the biggest fan of this DJ Pos 4 Tide. he is with Jabs in the pod 3 Venomancer, so you do have that kind of nice little synergy with the Gush and the slow from the Gale and the Poison Sting. I suppose that could be quite detrimental here to mid 1 and Roger, especially if they do go too far ahead though. Speaking of the Devils, Fu's even going to show up, and they really want that kill on that Veno. Just shut him down before the lane even begins, but Jabs, he's doing a good job of trying to juke out, but not good enough. Not for Fu, who does block him in, but Jabs can just TP right out. Nice escape there from Jabs. Rotation in from Fu, not going to pay off thus far.
I still like the tri lane start though. It's as you mentioned, Mike, all the slows are making it hard for mid 1 to connect to this aggression, but SMG's not stopping. They know this level 1's a lot stronger for their side in maintaining the tri lane. They're sacrificing EXP on Fu, but he tends to play greedier down the line anyway, so he's just going to farm up to make up for it, and they're just going to look to go again.
He won't have TP this time around, so Jab's going to have to do it the old-fashioned way, but you are still only level 1 on all these 3 heroes on SMG, so Jabs, he can waste quite a bit of time. Look how slow mid 1 is right now. He just doesn't move, so Fu's going to have to go do it his damn self, as Jabs still running around as this pod 3 Veno, eventually to die, and Fu's going to take it. And that's probably one of the best starts you can ask for as the Shaker. Naturally, the faster you can get that blink up, the better, and now he has that nice first blood bonus goal to work with as they go in onto DJ to boot. And DJ, without that level 1 Kraken Show, is not really that tanky yet, though he is taking a fair bit of damage, but Fu can body block with those brown boots, and that's going to be another kill setup here for the side of SMG. Roger to take this one.
Love the aggression coming out from SMG. They just read this dual lane of Fnatic. They realize that it's very susceptible to dying, and they just kill it over and over again. Like, you could afford to leave Raging Potato alone. This is a Brewmaster. It's not going to be under pressure from a Morphling. It's not going to be bullied out. It might not find farm. It will still hold its own, and SMG are still keeping that trial lane. The longest we've seen a trial lane stay around for.
They've even forced Genuel to rotate to make his own trial lane now, so trial lane on trial lane action, which is something you and I have missed for a very long time. Here we go. Which trial lane is better? Find out very soon, assuming Fu does stick around on the Shaker. Scouted out here by Genuel. DJ will rotate with the Gush in, but without Jabs around, with that Gale, you're not going to have enough damage and slow to deal with Fu at the moment. Keep in mind, he still has those brown boots, so that movement speed already quite high for the Shaker. Fnatic, I mean, as the creep waves underneath that T1 tower, they seem just kind of lost right now, but never mind, because Roger gives them a bit of an opening and something to do. They'll slow him down and eventually should be able to take him out, but Fu's looking for the deny, and he's going to get it. Very nice deny there from Fu, as Fnatic will get nothing for their time and trouble.
Yeah, and that's just helping SMG get a little bit more from this trial lane. Like, what's happening now in the trial lane is that their focus isn't on mid 1. They're focusing on the supports here on Fnatic's end, and that's giving a little bit more leeway for that Ursa to farm. Now, you aren't finding as much farm as Raven. Raven's still winning out because he has a one-on-one lane, but you are at least giving mid 1 a much more manageable lane up against Tide Veno, which is, I think, the entire point. They're just relieving what might happen to mid 1, giving him a broom to play in. Because otherwise, Veno Tide is actually pretty strong in the first 10 minutes. The issue is you're going to have to find a way to manage that Morphling, because Raven has free farm. Raging is keeping up, but not to the same extent that Raven is. And I think if you see a Morphling this farm with a kill, you're going to have to worry about that scaling on that Morphling early on.
Very nice kill there from Raven. Raging Potato just a little bit out of position, too overly confident in that Drunken Brawler. To be fair to him, he did evade one hit, but couldn't evade the second. The top lane again, it looks like we are going to have a bit of action breaking out, but the Fisher to fly out from Fu. Going to try and turn back in onto Roger, but there's your Fisher out. Genuel into the Earth Spike as DJ will keep going, giving that vision for Jabs, and the Sunstrike now from Armel to set up, but Roger is still alive, and now the Deny can come right back up, but no DJ. He gets the Gush this time. They will be able to take the life of Roger. So it does seem like this trial lane of Fnatic is really starting to pan out.
Starting to get some punishment off, and again, you are getting some space for mid-1. The attention isn't on him, but he is losing a lot in this lane to just get this done. I think the sacrifices SMG are making are going to haunt them down the line if they're not careful. I think they're not winning the bot lane at all, as we mentioned, and the mid lane's also not going too well for Moon. Lots of denies out from Armel. Our Invoker's been able to hold on, carry through, hit the level spikes. So you were running this trial and you're keeping everyone pinned down here, but you're losing out, arguably losing out on your two other lanes. That is hurting SMG's long-term here.
Jump here onto mid one. Fisher will block, so we might be able to pursue. In non-stop action at this top lane, and I did want to have a look at the other lanes, but just things aren't stopping here, so we'll stick around here for a while. See when the next skill does come along, as it does seem like they are setting up now with the disruption. Fisher is there from Arthur if he wants to commit, and eventually does in the tree line to block off Jabs, and now with the double stun house, Jabs has no way out. As DJ, now a great earth spike from Genuel to try and help as the Cataclysm, or rather, the Sunstrike comes in, mid one gets caught out, but they still at least get DJ down.
Damage.
So a 2-for-1. Fnatic do get the opposing position one. And you made the comparison earlier between mid one and Raven. And Raven is still ahead in terms of CS, so is that worth for Fnatic, John?
It's starting to feel like it is. It's definitely worthwhile for Fnatic. For SMG, not so much. They're the ones still keeping the tri lane up. And this is not just slowing down mid one to an extent, it's slowing down Afu. This is the level 3, he does have arcane boots up, but that blink timing is going to be a bit off. The echo timing, level 6 is going to be a bit off as well, and Afu is a bit too forward.
Yeah, they've caught him out, but they've got help here. Raging Potato moving in actually blocks out a lot of the Sunstrike damage, but they still get the kill with the Gush as Raging. He'll go for the dive after Jabs. With all these Brewlings, he should eventually be able to get the Venom, and he does. We've seen Venom play from behind. It's a very rough position here for Jabs, but now maybe they could punish Raging as you've got a rotation to come in from Armel and help out with that cold snap. But again, the Drunken Brawler going to allow him to get out scot-free, it seems. So Raging Potato does manage to make the aggressive play pay off. Fnatic, there's just nothing they can do about it.
Actually doesn't matter.
Yep. It's a sacrifice to make. I agree with Jabs using this voice line. I don't think it matters that they're committing so much up top, because you've enabled Armel to just farm up. He's going Midas now. He's not under pressure to go earn. He knows he can play this longer game because all the attention's off of him. Raven as well is almost at the Falcon Blade, and he can start farming up quite fast in jungle with the CS lead he has. So Fnatic's actually getting more out of this tri lane. They're still pinning mid one down, but they're counteracting what SMG wants to get done here as well, although Moon is coming up here now.
Arthur's in trouble though, but they are going to try and make the plays out with this Queen of Pain as the Fisher does block in Jabs another time, but the Plague Ward going to block them out, so they actually can't follow up that time around. Plays, the Sunstrike's going to land from Armel. Oh, that's a perfect position. Armel gets it from across the map. Nothing Arthur could have done about that one.
And that's starting to pile up. 2 Sunstrike kills for Armel. Midas almost done. Less than 10 minutes in with 1 boot up and the null. We're in a good position now for that Invoker. He has a free mid lane because of Moon's early rotation. You have a free lane for Raven. Like, this is the perfect start for Fnatic. Even though it looks a bit wonky with a tri-lane top, yeah, you could argue the Venomancer's not going to hit some early item spikes here. Doesn't matter. He's doing his job in lane. He's just getting all the attention and forcing such a strong response that SMG's making huge sacrifices to make. Like we talked about Afu wanting to play greedy. That does lead to the tri-lane breaking off now. But what have you lost to get that done? Raven's level 9. He's level 9 from solo lane. Mid one's still 5 for me.
He's 1k ahead as well, that Morphling, Johnny. He's pulling very far ahead. It's not like Ursa's a flash farmer per se. So mid one is farming up a Battle Fury, to be fair, so I guess he will be flash farming at some stages. They're trying to chase down Raging Potato now. Just druked them out of the tree line, and the Earth Spike missing, you don't really have the setup. You do have the Primal Split here, though, for Raging, so they are going to smoke up along with Arfu. They are going to try and head into that mid lane, where they might just find Armel. Mel seems to realize something is awry, so does back off, but he's going to run right into SMG. He farms the creep, but it's probably going to have to be an expensive one as Armel does get called out. Moon's there to follow up, and that should be your Invoker kill, but now Raven is going to come in on that Morphling, and it does seem like they'll try to focus down the Shaker, but Jabs again dropping low on Moon. He'll come back in. They've got the Venom down. Raven, meanwhile, still trying to go after that clock, but he does get the Queen of Pain in the end. A worthwhile kill here for Fnatic, as they might even find another core on the side of SMG, and they will. Raven to take a triple kill on the Morphling. And if he wasn't far ahead enough already, he is really starting to pull now, John.
Oh yeah, that's scary. I mean, it's a good move out from SMG. They needed some aggression to come out. They needed to punish the Invoker. Jab's still on point with a voice line because it favors them in the end. Raven gets the kills. He's working towards an E-Blade. This is a scary Morphling. This is so early on for the Morphling to be so far ahead in terms of gold and EXP. He still has that massive level lead over mid one. Heck, he's right above Moon as well. So you've got to find a way to control the Morphling. I think the pressure is going to be on Raging and on Roger to really pin down the Morphling in the middle of these fights with the disruption, with the Cyclones out, because I don't know if you're going to have enough damage quite yet. It doesn't feel like they managed to farm well enough in SMG to burst down a Morphling.
A big gank bot lane and top lane, as it seems like mid one's going to be chased now, but bot lane, Raven's also in trouble, so it's a bit of a split situation going on as they actually have caught out Raven, but the TPs are going to come in. Wait for him forward as DJ. He does have the Ravage up on that tide, so you definitely can afford to try and force a fight. Doesn't seem like it's going to work out that way though, so instead Arfu's going to TP top. So there's a nice sticker there of Jabs. What a Genuel, going to get Echo slammed up, and they're just going to take a nice easy kill. Mid one to pick up that one on the Ursa. He probably does need right now to be able to just try and catch up to this Morphling, as he is still 1.3k behind Raven.
Quite the gap. I think once mid one does have that Battle Fury, they do have some decent stacks in the triangle, some good ancient stacks, so there is going to be some good catch-up for him there for the Ursa, but you have to reach that point and you have to protect that area. The good news for SMG is that Fnatic hasn't really crossed that side of the river. SMG are still finding some aggression out with Rage. He's forcing these two heroes onto him, forcing response. He does have a full Spirit Vessel, so Raven isn't as durable as he'd want to be, and he's got to be cautious going forward now.
When things get very scary for Raven, as they have a way to finally deal with that strength morph, and well, Moon's shown up as well. They seem to want to address DJ at the start, make sure the Ravage is not going to be available if a fight does break out. Eventually have him. It does buy plenty of time though for Raven to TP up to the top lane and make sure he can just continue hitting creeps. In fact, they might even try to go after Arfu now, as the Gale does connect. Raven, he will go into that tree line, but Arfu gonna go for a TP out, and he might just make it. Raven, no! He couldn't hit the stun in time, and now with the Spirit Vessel out, Raging Potato's gonna try and trade. Jabs is down to the Sonic Wave of Moon and Raven. He'll wait for him to the right, but Moon's found him. They know exactly where that Morphling's gone. Still keeps the fight going, but Raven now, he has the blink up, thanks to that Queen of Pain form, but Moon is not giving up on the chase. With the Shadow Poison, they can keep the vision up, but Raven does get away with his life intact. Ultimately though, they still find Jabs, and Arfu does not end up dying.
Yeah, and SMG is starting to achieve some really good space out for mid one. He had the Battle Fury, he cleared out the Ancients. Good farm for him to catch up. Now the gap isn't so wide, and they've got the smoke rotation to deal with Armel here.
Good shot, gonna land. Smoke is there, but they have the sentries. The question is, do they have enough damage? They don't have the ulti of the quad, but with the purge there and the Shadow Strike, it's just so much slower than Armel. His only option was to try for the TP play, but it is not gonna work.
They get the kill they need on SMG. And now, SMG, from this aggression, has started to get the lead back. DJ, though, looking to be forward here.
Got the DD on Arfu, nice fish up, but a finger is there with the Ravage, but a nice disruption in from Roger. That'll just make the stun completely worthless. The Echo Slam does get committed. They do kill Arfu, but they might lose DJ in response, and now Raven's in danger. They'll slow him up. The Vessel's out. Raging providing even more slow here onto this Morphling. But he does have the waveform, but how much is that going to do as Moon? He'll pop the Sonic Wave, and that's a mega kill streak to go the way of Roger of all people.
Yeah, this is the happy Shadow Demon. And of course, you have an Ursa, Mike. So SMG, from those kills, knowing Ravage is down, can go straight to the pit. Now, you don't have lifesteal in mid 1. This can be a slow process, but with Raging to tank, it shouldn't be that slow any longer. Fnatic, they know something's up. They've got the Sunstrike, but without Ravage, it just feels a bit difficult to pierce in there.
Gonna try, it seems. They've got Genuel moving in. Earthquake does actually land. He's trying, but no. Does take the Aegis for himself. Genuel, he does the risky play, but it was high risk, high reward, and well, the risk does kick in as DJ trying to run. Got no way of saving himself here. No Ravage up. We're just trying to hide in the trees, but Moon again just on point with these blinks. Does assist in taking down the tide. And things are looking very good now for SMG, Jonathan. 4k net worth lead here for the Dire. Aegis up on their Quap. And even with all that farm on Raven, he has been overtaken by the Ursa. Is now raging again, gonna try and go for a solo pickoff. The Vessel just doing so much work, and now with the Purger, they can really just hold Raven down. No, Raven is still just running away, as Raging will continue to chase up, but do they really have enough damage? It doesn't seem like it. Jab's gonna join in, Raging now, could be in danger. He's gonna try and fight back, and Jabs is actually dropping quite low, but with Armel to rotate, they should have plenty of damage and control, but Roger again just buying more time, so SMG are not making, or maybe they do. Roger, he kills off Raven! What? He killed off Raven! The Shadow Poison.
God.
I think it just added up, and we'll get a replay very soon, I'm sure. I want to see how that happened. As Moon kills off Jabs. Genuel just stuck in the tree line, gonna try and hide, but there is just no hiding. SMG are all around him. He can find more time, but there's no time. Right on F, let's see how good the replay is, sir. Bring it on.
That is just ridiculous, though. This aggression from SMG's lining up so well. Fnatic are just being bullied. Like, it looked like they had such a good start. Like, that 5k effort on the Morphling early on was big. The level advantage they had on Raven was huge, but SMG, I think the big timing for them was when they started to clump up top and give the Battle Fury Ursa the Ancients. That's when things turned its head, because they managed to take the fights top. Moon, just with a Kai at that point, was doing enough damage up front, and they managed to take control, and you see that replay. Take a look. Yeah, he had force. Oh my god, he was in line for him. He had no HP. He was in line. He was something else, and he just burned out. And Shadow Demon just got punished. He didn't shift out in time.
Oh, they've called out Armel, and he's a valuable pickoff to take as DJ pops the Ravage. They're gonna try and fight back. Genuel lines up a stun, fingers there. Mid 1 though, he's still alive, but he's dropping low himself. This could be a very valuable kill. They've left mid 1 to die. He'll fight till the bitter end. Fnatic, they'll lose arms. Oh, Moon, he's gonna jump back in. Genuel is gone, and now DJ. Thinking they were safe. He's gonna get punished. In fact, make that a 4 now as Jabs. He also made his way over. So while it took SMG a long time to make that play happen, they do get the better end of this team fight.
They make it work. They just know where to be. The Aegis was on Moon, so you didn't have that protection for mid 1, but Moon's just fine. Like, he is on really low HP from the damage from Jabs, but he finds a regen. Would you look at that luck, Mike? You just find everything you want there. So he's going to be back in the fight. Minute 40 seconds left on Aegis. E-Blade up on Raven. It's a pretty big spike, though. So the damage output, the burst potential for Raven is there. But he doesn't have that durability yet. He doesn't have that protection. He's going to need a BKB, and he's going to farm up for it. And this is where we start to see maybe that slow aspect of Fnatic's draft kick in. You know, they need farm on a Morphling, they need farm and levels on an Invoker. Down the line, though, this will pay off. They're going for Ags on Armel. Ravage Cataclysm will be a factor in these engages. SMG's going to have to be careful about that. But we've seen Afu. He positions himself, Roger, we've seen it so well, his positioning with the disruption saves. If he manages to save at least one of the cores in the Ravage Kata, it gets a bit scary. I think SMG has enough to fight back down the line up against that combo.
Those odds up as well. SMG 3.2. I'd imagine to be a lot lower right now, considering the position they're in. But still, apparently the favorites are Fnatic. But was, or at least the people betting have faith. Fnatic is still able to pull through later on, and I suppose it is fair, right? Like, it is still a morphling at the end of the day. It's just that SMG's found the answer, at least for now, as they have found another target, and that's going to be Jabs. The Venomancer gone, Raging Potato able to take that one with the Cinder Brew Spirit Vessel. And into that mid-tier 1 tower SMG goes. I mean, they've got their own BKB up now on mid 1, so he's just become a real difficult target to try and aim down. And I think it's just a massive power spike for SMG to take advantage of.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Got a
under
lot to
attack.
play with. Fnatic will smoke off. Aegis does expire. This is good time.
Ravage immediately on Moon. They are not playing around. Sunstrike was there as well, but Moon, he is surviving again. Ravage completely wasted now as Armel gets caught out. Raging Potato's gonna do it his damn self. And he takes him down. Moon coming back in for a double kill before he goes down himself. It's what was the trade. They even found Raven with a Cyclone. Jab's forced to pop the Poison Nova, but Raven is still surrounded. He'll waveform back south.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Just able to keep making plays. Now Arfu's in with the Echo Slam. They'll find the off-lane Veno. DJ is going to try and trade along with Raven, but they've got to be so careful not to overextend. The Fey Grenade does connect along with that Cinder Brew Spirit Vessel. Mid 1 really wanted to try and force that fight. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't have a blink to really break the gap. But as SMG, I mean, you're still sitting very happy right now with the 6k net worth advantage.
Yeah, you're well ahead at this point in game, 21 minutes in. They need to take the objectives though, Mike. I feel like that's where they're lagging a bit behind. That mid-tier 1 needs to fall. They focused on the kills a bit more, so I think Fnatic got what they wanted from that fight, in that they protect their mid-tier 1 for now. Push from SMG can be a bit strong, but they need to commit, and I think Fnatic are going to be able to regroup. Issue is no Ravage. About that for support Tide. We talked about that specifically for DJ. He wants to make these plays happen. He's got the blink, he's got the Tumbler Story. But what do you do with a 5-4 without Ravage? You don't do much. You stand forward, you maybe get their attention, you maybe toss an Anchor Smash out. Not enough for the follow-up fights, and SMG will eventually find what they want. And they'll just be able to build up. 2 minutes until next Roche, 1:40 till we see that timer. SMG are just going to take control in the triangle, constantly force the issue here, and just transition to another Roshan. They have a Ursa. They kind of just want to do that over and over again.
Absolutely. That's mid lane. Cinderbrew going to connect. Arthur looking for the follow-up Fisher, but is not going to be able to land it. The 4-star falls there in time.
Tower is under attack.
Jabs does end up losing half his HP though to that one combination, which is kind of scary, but you know, why the hell not? It's fine. So, I mean, what can Fnatic do right now, John? I mean, they've obviously fallen quite far behind. The pace that SMG is applying is just way too fast. Is there anything in particular they can do to try and slow down the pace a little bit?
Just avoid these fights, and I think that's the best you can do. Do not force any engagement yet until Ravage is back up. You've got Cataclysm ready if you want to play that way.
There it is, Cataclysm onto Moon, and that's a tough you wanted to see die. No, able to take that one, though Disruption is going to catch out Raven, so maybe they could find an even better trade as Raven's going to try to run, but there's just so much damage from mid 1. He'll waveform the other way around, but Roger's chasing him down with his Shadow Poisons. Still EMP out from Armel to try and counter out Roger. Eventually, they should have the Shadow Demon Death, and they do. So they don't quite avoid the fight, but they found a very good fight for themselves after killing off Moon, and well, that might just be the trick. If you can kill this Quap with that Cataclysm, then you can just take any fight you really want.
You gotta be a bit cautious there for me. He did not manage to use his BKB in time. He does get punished there, and that does give a good bleed over towards Fnatic. A nice gold swing, not enough to turn the tides, but suddenly put them back in the momentum swing. Roshan still a bit off. 1.5 minutes until the respawn. I guess SMG's just gonna have to look for something to kill first before that Roche does come out. See Raging just feeling very confident. You're gonna have that spike on the Brewmaster soon, Mike. Ag's only maybe just 2 parts away. Once you've got that double split, Raging can do a lot of work there.
Mel's getting kind of surrounded. What I think, they know he's there. I don't believe they have the vision. A lot of heroes moving down. Mel not going to show on a creep wave, and never mind. Looks like he's going to be just fine in that tree line. Almost thought for a second SMG had the vision as they all just kind of moved their way over across the map. Fnatic, on the other hand, however, still grouped up as 4. No smoke to come out. Mel will TP back to the team, however, and it does seem like they are pinging out Roshan, so obviously that's the next big objective for both sides, and Well, for Fnatic this time around, you'd rather not let SMG take it as they make the jump in. Onto Raging Potato, they're trying to burst him down, and they will. Jenny Walter fall though to mid one. And of course, a double damage rune does spawn up right before Roshan.
Got it.
As is tradition, it does go the way of arm melt, so it's on from the speed up process for SMG. That's a pretty big pick off to find. You blow up the Brewmaster, you take away the split. No defensive items at all on Raging, so he's always going to be vulnerable to that. You're going to want an A on disc in this game, I think. A off the line, waiting for the Ags first. Fnatic, they can force this next fight. They've got Ravage ready if they want to jump in here.
And they're going to commit immediately. Disruption is going to save mid one. Malfu barely getting out of there. Now TJ just trying to get out, but the Sonic Wave's going to connect. Great disruption in from Roger. Understanding how much danger mid one was in right there. But they are going to try and back for a reset. Arthur's going to get connected with this tornado and is going to go down. So they do find two for their trouble. It's not all bad here for Fnatic. Sure, they want the Ursa, but they still get a favorable trade. In fact, Genuel's not even done yet. Quick fingers, though, from mid one with the Enrage. Very quick reactions. I think Fnatic will have to be satisfied with that. The Raging Potato's going to come back into the outpost. He's going to run right into Genuel by himself. SMG not prepared for that one.
Yeah, that's very aggressive out from Raging. Again, he does not have any defensive items. No A on disc up. You can't do that without an A on disc. You can't do that without vision either. You had good wards here from Fnatic to spot them out. And this is going to hold SMG back just a tad. They still have 4 heroes up. Roshan is up and running. But I think they'd want to have that utility coming through from the Brewmaster before going anywhere yet. Inside, Fnatic's already in a position to kind of take control of that Roshan. Raven's into the pit. He still has 9 seconds on his VKB. And they've got the damage with the alacrity up, so I think he's got to move fast here.
And you've got the buyback on Raging Potato if you wanted to come back into this fight, but he's only got 15 seconds left to respawn, so he'd rather not. I think SMG may have just bought enough time anyway to have Raging back for this fight, because he does also have the primal split of Fnatic. They're just going to keep going after this Roshan, again, understanding how important it is to take this away from SMG. It's going to be a smoke up though. SMG naturally going to be looking to try and contest this. Mid one looking for the jump in. It's not going to commit quite yet. Roshan is dropping lower now. Nice picture. It's not going to be enough though yet. Raven does get the BKB off, but they just want the Roshan. They're going to try and seal on a mid one. He does snatch it away. Genuel and Jams both dropping already. And now SMG can really go for the fight as they still get the Aegis to go their way. It's just a perfect initiation from Arfu once again.
That's just great timing from the Shaker, and that's why we love that hero for SMG. Now, Fnatic did manage to steal away the shards. They've got the shards sitting here on John. Well, good snatch, but you lose the Aegis. That's big. Mid one's going to be protected up front. He's working towards his Hags. That Enrage cooldown and the use of it during disabled means it's going to be so hard to actually burst down the Ursa. You managed to take that top 2 as well. So only one outro tower left. Like, side of Fnatic, they still have great high ground hold. They still have Ravage. There is Cataclysm down the line. You can't quite just pierce into the racks. But this is giving SMG the time they need to get some of those items finished up. The Raging does have the Aeon Disc, so he's much more protected for that split. And he can work towards the Ags now. And with that combination, with the one defensive item for him to get his use of that big spell off, you're going to have an easier time to run with the Brewmaster up front.
They're going to try and force a fight. 19 ranges down for a little bit. Reginal has the Aegis and he's split up. I'm not sure about this. Ravage though, it's going to be pretty damn nice as they get 3, but the primal splits there in time. Raging, he survives through it. He survives through everything as he just chases them down. Raven, he can't run right now. The Ice Sky is slow, way too high from mid one as they just keep going. They'll get DJ down that time and they want more. They found Armel on the Voca. He's going to BKB up and try to run himself. Meanwhile, Moon blinking towards the south, trying to get jabs, but he does get to the high ground. Still, it was a very forced fight as they even share the Sunstrike damage. That's teamwork for you. SMG. I was kind of shocked Fnatic go for that fight, John, into the Aegis and Primal Split, but I I guess they thought they could at least blow up the Brewmaster.
Radiant's middle
Yeah, that was
tower
on
has
edge.
fallen.
Barely enough damage to kill off Raging. He didn't have the Aeon Disc up. It was on cooldown, so that was actually pretty good timing out from Fnatic. Just unfortunate they couldn't pile onto that Brewmaster fast enough. Values, Raging keeps them in the game. They take the last outer tower away from Fnatic. And now Fnatic are playing up against the ropes. 17 to 33, 8k lead up for SMG, and they are trying to cut the creep wave down bot, looking for an opening. There is the slam ready and off. You've got to be a bit cautious about staying here.
Certainly do. Raven, they're looking for the morphling, but they're going to go after the line first. Phil Moon gets caught. Vicious there. Echo slammed them from Arthur and Roger again with the disruption. Another great save from the Shadow Demon, and they've got Januel down. But can they get Raven? It doesn't seem like it. But man, oh man, John, you've got to give a lot of props to Roger on this Shadow Demon this game. He has had so many saves. It's almost unbelievable.
Yeah, he's just in the right spot at the right time. Him having all those kills early on in the game allowed him to get this really nice timing on the Aether Lens, and it's just been on a roll since then, working towards the Blink next, and that means he can sit so far back, Blink in, disrupt, engage Ravage Kappa combo, and keep getting those big saves he needs. They still have Aegis, so the high ground's open here for SMG.
My man on mid one, but he won't mind. He just wants to hit that tier 3 tower. Fnatic going to do their absolute best to delay things with the Invoker and the Venomancer, and well, you can do a pretty good job of it with the with all the spells you have on Armel, and of course the Plague Lord's just so annoying from jabs. You might be getting to that point as well for DJ, if you can farm it up to go for an Aghanim Scepter now, because you probably are going to need some more defense on that high ground, and I think the Ags might be the way to go here for DJ on that tide.
It's just a bit slow going. You're a support tide, even as a pause 4. You're gonna need a lot of space to get a 4.2k gold item up. Not much room for DJ with no outer towers left. They have no jungle to play with. They can't just go out and push a lane. Only Armel's really getting that done right now for the side of Fnatic. So that build-up should come out. I agree with you there, Mike, but it's just gonna take too long. And this is where the question of Venomancer core comes into play, because you could have still run Venomancer support, right? You could have still run maybe a pause for Venom, instead prioritize a tide for farm, let him build up into the Ags, let him build into a refresh. But it's Jabs who's soaking up a little bit more of that farm. He's got the Midas, he's working towards Ags. Increased damage and lower cooldown. The Nova does lead to a better high ground defense. I just don't know if that's going to be enough, considering that we've got BKBs on SMG. It doesn't feel like it's going to be enough.
We're just going to fight Januel. See a line kill for the Quap. Other Arfu taking it on the Earthshaker. The group up down a bot lane to boot, but DJ's in the tree line, so he should be fine. They don't seem to know he's around, and with that, mid one's Aegis has expired. This could be the opening Fnatic wants as bot lane. Armel has been caught out as Arfu does commit the Echo Slam, but Armel gonna BKB Ghost Walk away with the spider legs, and he is a very fast Invoker. Still, Moon does have a gem up and seems to believe that Armel is around here somewhere. He's actually on target. He seems to know exactly where Armel's going. In the meantime, though, bot lane Jabs is being chased down by mid one and is appearing to drop, as they could not get the Invoker back in time to help out. Now Armel is back into the base as Raven gets to work onto the Ursa, but mid one, he's not done yet. He really wants DJ, but he's gone too far. They finger him down now, and it seems like Fnatic can finally have an opening to try and turn this game number 2 around, as they've got Roger. They'll go after Raging now on that Brewmaster, who does not have the primal split at the moment, but a nice block on DJ, putting it in between a rock and a hard place as a Sonic Wave will get enough done from Moon. Still a favorable trade here for Fnatic, however, and SMG should not be able to push high ground.
And that holds them off from taking more objectives. Have to say, no BKBUs coming out there from mid one. They did manage to get the chain stuns off. I think he was looking for that save from Roger, but this time around he was caught out by the Ravage. So no disruption save, just kind of cut off, and that opens up the game a little bit more for Fnatic. They are still playing at an 8k deficit, but the good news for them is that SMG doesn't have the Roche to fall back to yet. They have room to shove in the waves, room to get more farm going, get that Scotty up in Raven for more stats. Satanic already up on the Morph, so he's going to be able to sustain himself through these fights a little bit better. I think for the side of SMG, the real key item they need is the Ags up on Raging Potato. He is just about 150 gold short. You need those charges on Primal Split. Once you have that, I think you can start fighting again on SMG. You definitely can, as that is the big moment for Brewmaster. In fact, after that, it's only really refresh you need. So there's the Axe. Primal Split charges ready. It should allow them to keep fighting up against Fnatic. And Fnatic are gonna have to find a way to deal with that Brewmaster. Because if Raging just splits up, it's gonna be a dangerous fight.
Why is production showing replays of the Skybox? I mean, I know Nev's doing a decent job. No need to try and hype him up. The Queen of Pain now being caught out by the Hex and Moon. Never mind, Echo Slam is there onto Januel. They've got one on the side of SMG, but Fnatic, can they keep going? Arfu, oh, nice stun. Gonna cancel the TP off as DJ is gonna be left behind. Fnatic going a bit too far this time around. They will pay with 2 supports. Everyone else gets out scot-free. You'd rather not give any kills away to SMG right now if you can avoid it.
No, and that did cost some Cataclysm. It's a pretty long cooldown. Next Roche, how long is it going to be? It's instant. SMG. And if they had Vision on Roche, they could just go in knowing that there was no Kata, knowing that there's no Tide. They could force a buyback, but they're in the wrong spot for it. Maybe not expecting the instant Roche. So that's a bit of a blessing in disguise here for Fnatic. Keep playing this game, they're not losing too much on the map. And SMG are still playing on the hunt. They really want to pin down our Mel, but he's just a bit too slippery. Someone has got to check that Roche. Such a quick timer, such a good time with SMG, but with a respawn coming out from DJ, it feels like that moment has kind of passed.
Is he figuring it out yet? Fnatic, this could be an opening for them. If they manage to contest this Roshan, keep in mind, they haven't contested one successfully yet today. I believe every time SMG does get away with this. You manage to get this one with the Refresher Shard and the Double Ravage. Could be game-changing. Problem is SMG now. They're going to go high ground. Raging does have the double Primal Split, so it's going to be rather hard to split this one. At least while those 2 charges are available here for Raging, if they're going to move in. Again, has found Raven, and he was Agimorphing. He was Agimorphing. Big jump in from Moon with the Scythe Device, but now they'll try to turn the Ursa. Problem is he had the enrage in time, so the Ravage, it does absolutely nothing as they can take the fight. Raven, though, with the buyback, going to try and fight back, but he can't stick around too long. Mid one is going to survive, at least for now, and get back to the low ground, as SMG might want to try and get a reset for mid one. He's still going to get caught out and does eventually die. They will chase for more. Roger, up in that tree line, should be the second to fall for SMG. And so they got the T3 tower, but they've lost 2 heroes, and John, Fnatic might check the Roshan pit.
If they check it, they're going to find a nice, pleasant surprise that it's still up. But look at SMG, they're taking more. They're still forcing that issue bot. They have to TP back to stop that. And that is going to hold them back. Raven does see Roche. He's going to try to get the stun by himself. The side of SMG. Buyback's going to be forced. They need to fight this.
They know what's happening. They know exactly what's going on as the ward was there to give a bit of vision. Immediately going to get blown up, but now Raven, he just fell back. He can't die like this, but he's gone. Oh boy.
God.
He's down for over 100 seconds here as Armel's going to have to pull off some magic. Oh, and he gets caught out. Roger, he's 2 on the money today. That'll be Armel without buyback. The Buchon, 3 heroes down without buyback for Fnatic. This should be it for SMG. It should be Roshan right into the base, into Megas. We'll see what Fnatic can do to try and delay it, but it's hard to imagine they can.
No Ravage up in DJ. I think that's the one point you had. Blink Ravage steal. The timing of that would have had to been perfect. And sure, they don't manage to give Aegis away towards their Ursa. They can hold on to the cheese, pass it on. And you're still in a really pretty good spot. Refresh shot for Raging. So 3 charges of Primal Split's gonna be there, Mike. That is a scary prospect. Done a lot of work since getting the Ags up. And I think for Fnatic now,
do they not realize?
I think they do. They needed to shove waves back in. Mid wasn't shoved in, top shoved out, bot was also kind of shoved back in. So they're just gonna go now. But not much time left until the respawns. That's still enough time to rip through a lot of.
And Fisher, they're just taking shots from a mile away and they're gonna get him. He does have buyback though on the Venom. Not that that means anything right now though. Johnny's had a pretty tough game here, Jabs. Bottom racks will be taken. They'll have Raven up.
They have the combination for the defense, so they can at least force a fight on this last set of racks, but they've got to find a perfect angle here. And SMG, they've still got the saves from Roger.
Is with raging that primal split, it's so hard to make better DJ. He's immediately been stunned up. Still, they will try to focus down Roger, and they do get Genu well down. Roger somehow still alive. Now Moon being chased down by Raven. This DJ does end up going down on the tide. Only support's really dropping, but 2 are down for Fnatic. SMG, they're not interested in fighting. They just want that final lane of barracks to finish off this game number 2. But Moon, he is interested. He's back in again. A great echo slam out, and there's your Sonic Wave from SMG. That should be it. That should be the GG call. But Raven, it is a 1v3 scenario, and he did get mid-one. So 1v4 now. Raven is going to continue trying. It is the regional finals after all, John. Loser of this game, or rather, series does go, and yeah, they've called the GG. They don't believe they can do it. SMG will be able to proceed through to the lower bracket final of this regional finals. And unfortunately for Fnatic, they are going to have to leave today.
This was the lower bracket. This was an elimination game. SMG just turns up, especially after what happened yesterday up against Boom. It looked like an
Come to me.
Good! Surprisingly good!
Warriors of the wood.
They want profit from us. If the Helio Imperium and Stonewall stand united, we cannot fall.
You shall not.
Denied!
Be like convincingly one that, as you know, Nat was asking like which lane to look at. It feels like there's not like an obvious lane that is going to be stopped.
Yeah. I'm mostly just watching mid for now because I think it's interesting how I guess you can fake pump the animations on House's Snapfire. So I actually think it's really hard. Like watching it now and learning, I think it's really hard for Puck to actually be able to dodge things like Scatter Blast. Because if he just keeps like faking the animation, how are you going to know when he's actually going to do it? And the spell comes out so fast when you actually release. That like I think he's eaten like at least 4 or so of them already, and then he just keeps getting down.
I was even earlier on. I was thinking like he didn't even want to dodge it because he was worried about a cookie as well hitting him. Oh, he baits it down the mid lane, but no, he gets the John away. There we go. As soon as phase shift goes on cooldown, he's like, I'm gonna go aggressive now. I'm gonna run at you. You use phase shift, and top lane, this first blood is gonna be on the disruptor. The Metamorph being committed with the Shadow Demon. Disruption to set it up and just well microed with the illusions.
Really eating a bunch of damage here. A bit of a scary lane actually. Reginal is able to rack up a few stacks on you. It's like, I'll be real, I had no idea how Shadow Demon worked until recently, but because I never played support, right? I was like, oh, it turns out you need like the 5 stacks and then you do so much damage with the
we're seeing it top now. He's got 4 stacks. It's not quite enough, but it's going to let the kill go to Gabby. So Gabby gets himself a kill in the top lane. This lane is working wonders for T1.
Yeah. So if you're like me and you're stupid and if you don't know anything about the support role because you're a horrible core player, when Shadow Demon gets 5 stacks of his poison on you, I believe it doubles damage or something. So if you get 5 stacks on this off lane at all, they actually when you have a mana run into it. He's maxing it. He's got 2 points in the Shadow Poison.
Get 5 stacks, just assume you're dead. That's kind of, you know, I'm a dumb core player, and that's my assumption when I'm playing carry against Orcas and Shadow Demon. I'm just dead. Lane's over. Yeah. 5 poisons on me, and if it's level 2 Shadow Poison, yeah, there's no getting out.
Oh, stealing calls small camp. That's kind of sad.
Definitely winning the kind of economy battle so far in the mid lane. With this early soaring, he's just got the consistent spam against Carl's Puck, who can't really sustain himself against this, so a tough lane for him. He's going for the cookies kill. Carl is... Oh wow, Carl actually held onto the John. He still gets low. The burn damage over time, he survives on 50 health. Yopaj is looking for it. The Scatter Blast through is not going to be enough. Nicely played by Carl. And top lane, they go in and Zephyr gets a kill onto Skem with the rotation, so T1 bring both supports to the top lane. Heads up play from Carl, man. I feel like Yopaj thought he was going to jaunt away and threw the cookies mid, and he just didn't jaunt.
This will make a great story if you were going.
Okay, so we're moving in towards 6 minutes now as well.
Gets chopped down by the Wraith King. But yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Actually doesn't matter.
Yeah. So power run's coming up in 15 seconds. Both the supports, Zephyr, Whiteman, they got that kill top and then instant side moving towards mid. Scam also coming mid to refill Yopage's bottle. They're all like posing for a little skirmish.
The top rune. Well done by T1. They had control over both runes with the support migration to the mid lane. And Yopaj not having kisses, man. Didn't really want to go for a fight, but he still has a full level advantage on this puck. So almost level and a half advantage. He just hit level 7. This puck is level 5.5. Being a little bit concerning for Carl's game. And will get out of back to safety, but it does feel like we're seeing why Yopaj's Snapfire is so respected in the SC region here.
I think it's really, really good and important that they had the rune. I think Carl's game is kind of like you want to be going around and making moves on the map and pressuring, because Yopaj is content to farm. Like, his timing as a Snapfire is always going to be when the kick is off for sure, but like, you are most scared of a Snapfire when they get the like blink guard at 20 minutes. Yopaj, he likes to build the booster travel to it, and then he starts to move around the map. He's just like happy farming. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna farm. I'm gonna get my travels, and then I'm gonna start moving. I'm gonna start doing things. Puck's probably feeling maybe a little bit more pressured.
Cuckoo could be in some trouble. Gets Sprout blocked in. With the Yopaj rotation on the Snapfire, they've still got a scatter blast, so Cuckoo is going to get eaten alive by the shotgun.
That actually doesn't matter.
Nice rotation from Yopaj. Yeah. They were looking for more. They've got the kisses too. The banish is used, but they're going on Gabby. Gabby's trying to run, but he needs the Sunder Tug. He hasn't even leveled the Sunder yet. He dukes into the trees. One more kiss will hit him, but he's not going to go down. The magic 6 charges was just enough. Instead, they lose the Shadow Demon and possibly the Moran as well. So a great rotation from Yopaj. Gets both supports. Even for T1, they keep Gabby alive on the Terrorblade.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta feel kind of bad about this one. I mean, Carl's the one getting the power rune, and Yopaj is still actually being more active than him. I guess
wants to make sure they get the next. 8-minute rune coming up. Yopaj cookies forward and follows himself an Invis rune. Nicely played, but now he's being caught up. He's going to break it instantly. Have they got any detection for this one? Drops a sentry. And Carl can actually join himself forward. The glimpse going on to the support there as he finishes off Yopaj. Nicely done by T1 to get that kill.
Very dangerous to stuff in there. That does not be she can die, you know? And I think it's kind of expected for T1 to be one of every power rune. So maybe a little mistake there, but it's okay. They're pressuring top in the meanwhile on Boom. That's like the nice thing about having a Nature's Prophet is that you don't need a card to pressure towers.
We'll look to fight this one, T1. Even though they lost their tower, they've got 4 heroes up here, and they are looking to punish this. The disruption in arrow will land onto FBZ's Morris, so he's definitely dead, and looks like Tim's looking out okay on the Nature's Prophet. No Dream Coil to catch him, so a decent kill goes T1's way, but fairly important tower at the same time, I guess, if you're Boom.
Yeah, the TB is just gonna want to farm as much of the map as he can, so when you take away towers from him, it means have more space as it kind of invade and take space. Like most offlaners, they enjoy taking the enemy safe lane tower, farming through their jungle, connecting to mid and pressuring out that way, and that's kind of like a natural flow if you're winning really hard. They're able to take space from him.
Make him cuckoo. They will get the kill. Kiss is being committed.
This actually doesn't matter.
Jackie's just being quietly free farming top of the net worth chart. With the Yopaj rotation, they find an easy kill there. We'll talk about the TP, and it feels like his game is going okay, but has been pushed back in the jungle, and unlike a Wraith King, he can't kind of aggressively farm lanes, because Wraith King, you've got reincarnation, and you've buy time for your teammates to rotate in. TB, you have to always be a little bit more cautious, I would say.
Yeah, or you could just be Jackie with not level your reincarnation. But they don't know. They don't know. Yeah. He doesn't have it.
He's holding, you know. He's got a skill point.
Yeah.
Mid lane, meanwhile. Disruption. The silence. Scam. Level 4 disruptor. Going for a D-ward. He'll take the sentry with him.
I think the moves on Boom have just good. like killing when you kill Cuckoo bot, like they take that tower, they stop T1 from being able to pressure their own safe lane tower the way that they just did top. So right now they have their mid tower up, they have their bot tower up. Their map is just way more open and there's more places for them to farm safely than there is for T1 right now. I think the best case scenario moving forward here is if they can find a way to take that mid tower, but at this point if you're T1, you're like, okay, this is our only tier 1 tower still up, we have to defend this thing. Absolutely imperative.
One of the things they're doing really good is keeping an eye on all the farming going on. Nature's Prophet constantly sending treants into the enemy jungle just to block camps from spawning, to scout enemy heroes, to just really keep tabs of what's happening on the map. So definitely one of the strengths of this Nature's Prophet as a support. See? The T1, do you feel like need to make moves with this puck, or are they just happy to kind of sit back and enable the TB?
I'd like it if they made moves. I mean, they're making one now with a smoke, which is fantastic. Because like you have so much kill threat with Shadow Demon and Mirana together. Like this is, you can kill anyone. We've seen it already. Every time they go together as a duo, they're just like finding pickoffs.
Looked up with a couple of heroes headed top, including the Yopaj Snapfire, who does have kisses back up, but both teams for now avoiding one another. Tim's does show mid, and that could be target for T1 to go on, but doesn't look like it's going to be particularly easy. And they've even rotated Gabby mid, so if they can find some kills or win a fight around here, they've got the metamorphosis to push and take a tower. Instead, they're going to find Jackie. He gets banished up, the arrow going to fall up. He has leveled up Reincarnation now, and the TP's coming to the outpost, so they are going to look to make sure they defend him. And with a disrupted TP into a static storm, both these T1 supports are in a world of hurt. Keeping it also was Yopaj with the boots of travel, and now Cuckoo, he's going to find a way out. He's got a TP, he's been scanned up. Looking through the trees, he does manage to get away from Yopaj. Looks like he should be okay here. Not wanting to TP out just yet, but it doesn't seem like Boom are fishing for him.
I actually didn't even think about that. Yopaj's travels, he can just be onto the treants from nature, so they never have to worry about playing near a wave. When they make their smoke plays, it can be like, yeah, we can just find someone with the natures, get the sprout, Yopaj will always be there, or they can set up on a side lane in the base with threat, you know, that's a threat you have to think about if you want.
Just T1 going for like the wrong target, or do you think they shouldn't have been making that move to begin with?
I think they both had the same idea, which was pretty funny actually. Watching Boom like swing top to try and make a play, and then T1 swing bot to try and make a play was good. I don't think you can be going on a Wraith King. It takes too long for them on T1 to kill him, because they have very little burst damage. Boom have all this magic nuke, Snapfire. Maz does a hefty amount of self with this. They don't have the same thing on T1. They have a very good stun setup that takes a few seconds to set up, and in that whole time you're doing that, someone's already TPing. You don't have nukes. Much harder for them to kill someone. Get out. So I think you need to be killing anyone else but Wraith.
Yeah, and he didn't even end up using his reincarnation cooldown, so not the outcome they were perhaps hoping for, but T1 keeping this game at least somewhat even in terms of overall farm. They're behind, that's where it counts, which is the Terrorblade against Wraith King. Terrorblade, speaking of which, has been caught by a glimpse. Gets pulled back into arena, the spear to go as well as the Static Storm, and Yopaj is there with a TP in. Cuckoo could be next. He's being hit by the Mortimer's Kisses. Full retreat is the Sprout going to lock him in place as well. One more kiss is not going to clip him. The spear is just out of range. Cuckoo glimpse back though. That's going to surely be the death of him. He's got no blink dagger, no mobility, and boom, finding kills wherever they go.
I thought you were just saying that as like a sound, like, and boom, they get on. Boom.
Boom goes the diamond.
Oh. Oh yeah, okay, cool. Nice fight. I mean, they're just so good. They're just moving everywhere and applying so much pressure. I think it's hard for T1. I really think Yopaj just is so good at showing the strength of Snapfire as a core. He's been going everywhere, you know? I'm like saying, oh yeah, I'm sure he's chills in his farm and his boots of travel. Nah, he goes bot, gets a kill, TP's top, gets a kill. Like, he just keeps owning, and this is going to be up again in 30 seconds, and that's another fight that they can take. I don't think T1 have been properly enabling Carl's game right now. I don't think I've felt the impact of Carl's putt yet.
one of the heroes we also maybe haven't felt the impact of as a core is Cuckoo's Legion. Shul's trying to farm up a play mail, then a blink later on. Where do you see this Legion fitting in going forward? Does he need to be joining these smoke gangs, or is it just he needs to farm up his items?
I think this is the issue that I see in the draft, the lack of burst damage, right? Is that who is killing the heroes? Snapfire alone has 1,700 health. That's a very hard duel. Wraith King, like we talked about, with Armlet, like this hero's not dying.
The regen rune that's being baited here. Rotating into Zephyr on the Mirana, gets a nice double stars on the finish off scan once more. But Yopat's going to get himself back to safety with the blink out. They have called up FBZ now with the kisses raining in. This could be bad for T1 as Cuckoo charges forward the blade mail. Doesn't get the duel off. Nice grab from Tim's. Fails out his buddy there, but Boom have already lost 2, and they do want to re-engage and fight here with Jackie's Wraith King having a blink dagger. They think about going forward. Cuckoo, no duel to play around with just yet, but they may kill off Jackie once. That's the reincarnation. Will they look for another play on him? It doesn't seem like T1 have any interest. They've already got the 2 kills and made a nice work of team fight here in the mid lane.
Got the cheekiest little honor support as he died. You know when you're just like, yeah, I can't duel a core. I'm just gonna settle for the support and 1 health.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We're playing for the late game. I need to get whatever duel damage I can.
Yeah.
That was nice though from T1.
For sure, yeah. Actually, I think the puck having Witch played now is. My game is bugging out. The camera just keeps swinging, like going upwards. Stop that! Stop that camera. All right.
I can see on the minimap where your camera is, and I just see it like flying all over the place. I'm like, what are you doing, cheapo?
I'm sorry. Anyway, yeah, okay. So they're getting more sources of damage coming out now. Witchblade, Puck, Blade Mail, Legion Commander. I think if she went Blink, then they really struggle, but the Blade Mail actually is nice. The Shadow Demon as well. Like, when you're able to get more points off this capture mode off, it's gonna be a good way of just, like, big chunk of health to, like, start a fight on it. And that should help them be able to duel.
Where teams go for now. Looks like, a bit of momentary farm, maybe getting some of these tier 2 neutral items, but T1, they're looking for their next kills, their next plays. They're smoked up around this mid lane. They saw FBZ there earlier. They may catch Tim's as well. Whitemon gets vision from up, planting a nice observer ward on the hill, but looks like T1 want to overcommit underneath this tower. Now Boom not set up to defend this with 5 heroes, but they could very quickly TP in.
It's a nice play by T1. They are bringing in Gabby.
T1, they get the blink in onto FBZ's Mars. He goes down. Probably even committing the Dream Call. They just want to make sure they get this T1 tower with the Metamorphosis being committed and Gabby having a BKB on his TP. They should be able to get it. And the nice jewel in the backlines. Cuckoo has found one more. Another winner for him. Flips back, could perhaps punish him, but the disruption save from Whitemon is there, and Gabby now ready to help him out. As they go looking for more with Carl's part in the front lines, but they haven't got the control without the Dream Coil, so it does look like T1 will settle for 2 kills on a T1 tower. Very nice finds for them.
I'm respecting this. It's I'm not sure if they're just not set up properly, but like it's kind of horrible when like if Puck coils someone, they just die because there isn't really any save. I think the most save that they have is that Scare needs to be Fnatic's not to kind of like disrupt the spell usage, like break up the combo. But it seems a little hard to play into that, I suppose. So yeah, really nice picking up FPG there at the start of the fight. Mars is a huge part of control. When he dies, they can go on.
Yeah. Response from Boom though is to immediately go push the enemy T1 mid tower, knowing that, much like themselves, they don't see T1 safe to defend this. There's no Metamorphosis, there's no Dream Coil, so both teams end up trading T1 mid towers, and that does put a bit of pressure on T1, I feel like, because Roshan is something that, at some point Boom could theoretically go for. This Desolator, I believe, coming out on Wraith King. The damage is definitely there, and that's something T1 are always going to have to at least keep tabs on and be nearby to contest.
Gabby's getting really scary now. Chugging along towards a Scotty, and he has a beacon. I don't think he should die. The fight, swinging back to the idea of burst damage, I'm on Boom would have to get a really nice spear off on him to start a fight, and he would have to not have a Shadow Demon around to protect him. I feel like most fights he will be getting his beat. I don't know how they through this.
Smoked up. They thought about Roshan, but Mirana shot an arrow in there. Coming and said it's Boom smoking towards the mid lane, but Jackie unable to connect with the initiation there, gets slowed down by reflection, so he's going to be a little bit careful. As far as these carries go, I mentioned, yeah, Gabby's getting scary. Jackie himself, both these carries kind of neck and neck. How do you feel like these two carries match up, and how does this game look as we head towards the late game?
I mean, I think TV is very good against Wraith King, and that's a detonation off the rest of it. And it's so scary when you have not only Shadow Demon, but also Legion Commander behind him. Like, Gabby is getting huge, and how are you gonna kill him when he can just be purged like, of all stuns? Like, he's guaranteed to live as long as his teammates are set up properly behind him. And I don't know if they can kill him.
Sorry, yeah, Legion Shard just about 1,000 gold away, so that's gonna be problematic with saves from Legion and Shadow Demon. How do you? I mean, I guess what's the plan for Boom then? If you can't rely on killing the TB, do you go for other targets? Like how do they approach the fight and have things go their way?
Definitely think that best fights come when they play the backline. Backline is basically the name T1, right? Keep Shadow Demon and LC in position, protect Gabby, fight around Gabby. Gabby's like a magnet for T1. He is their big win condition. Stick around him in a fight, let him just kill everyone. I mean, he'll do his job. He'll push the tower to kill heroes. Boom, if they can somehow get enough vision of these Horse and LC, like, then that's how their fight will be like Wraith King. I think if Wraith King is able to jump on top of Shadow Demon, he should die in the space of a stun. This dude is packing damage. He's got his armor, he's got his Desolator, going for a BKB, so he can't be controlled up. He should be able to just cleave Whitemon in half if he can see him. And then if you get a good arena down onto LC, then yeah, okay, maybe Gabby is going to be able to like use his bet and start hitting. But I think if LC and Shadow Demon are dead, his fight becomes a lot harder, and then it just becomes a game of playing on Boom.
Here we go, both teams smoked up, and it's going to be the Puck who gets instantly blink stunned and speared. That's a dead Puck. He couldn't get the phase shift off in time, and now the kids just come raining down on the Cuckoo. Two dead on the T1 side, right out of the pause. Boom, they strike fast, they strike hard, but they will lose the disruptor in the process as Gabby's Terrorblade on the front line still has a BKB to play around. Maybe looking to fight with this, but Metamorphosis was committed. He's being rooted up now, has the BKB just to stop himself getting stunned up. And Jackie, he's got no reincarnation, he's in trouble. The TV's on top of him with a reflect the cookie down to the low ground, but Jackie's haste mode committed. Gabby needs to find the Sunder target. If he's not careful, he could be in some trouble here, but just get himself out of there. Whitemon Shadow Demon getting low as Gabby goes charging forward, gets Sunder off to start things off on a Tim's, and the right click with the Metamorph follows it up to get the kill. Yotage could be next if he's not careful. He met illusion runes, but still gets clipped by the arrow. Oh, Zephyr was there waiting for him and nailed him with that arrow. The sniper in the jungle, and it's T1 who come out on top.
That's not good. Jackie jumps in there, but that was very, very brave. They even were playing on vision. It was their ward that was on the cliff, and that's probably what empowered him to feel confident to jump back in. But yeah, no, you get ulted up by Shadow Demon, you can't move, it's so hard. They tried to cook him down to the low ground, but it's what the answer's able to close enough to go down.
Take another look at the fight here with the replay. I mean, it starts so well when you kill off two cores instantly like that, but that really just goes to show how damn strong this Terrorblade is when you can win a fight 3 versus 5. Like, sure, a lot of those cooldown, but TB just did it all on his own with a little bit of help from like a couple of stuns here and there.
I think like getting the pick off on Puck there was nice in the way that I think T1's LC and Shadow Demon are in position, right? They're just playing towards Gabby, which means that, you know, maybe Carl's Puck is a little bit more vulnerable. So they were able to burst him before anyone could connect. Whoa. Yes, it was so close.
Close, yep. Had the reflection illusion chasing him, but luckily got the blink off first. Definitely, I think T1 on some level just, you know, they're hoping Carl can, like, fast fingers react on the phase shift there. It's very hard to do so when Wraith King has vision of you and jumps in melee rate. connect with the stun, but see both these teams now posture around this Roshan. Do you think, does either team have an edge when it comes to Roshan, or does it just come to, you know, finding a pick off or winning a fight first before they can go into Roshan?
I don't think I can see either team going in and doing it. There's always such a big threat because obviously Boom have been a static storm. Have like coil. It's not the best because he doesn't have an Ags yet. So if they do have BKBs, it's kind of okay with it. They don't yet. They're actually smoking up when Wraithing doesn't have his BKB. A little scary.
They're wasting time. They want to fight now. Legion Commander, though, just finished off his Ag Shard, so there's that extra layer of save to play around. Blink in from the Mars. He didn't connect with the spear on anyone, though, so at this point, Boom kind of revealed their position. The arrow, I think it landed. It hit Jackboy, so he's in a bit of trouble, but does have the double lives to play around. We'll get back to a little bit of safety here as the original is being used to deter any further chasing, but they've coiled up too, which means a dead skim, and they've taken out the first life of the Wraith King as well. The arrow finds him on the respawn, so Jackie is done for with the Cuckoo, with the dual snipe as well, just to make sure he gets some bonus damage along the way. Disruption's there to find Yopaj as well, and there's no TP out for him, so T1 have just found all the kills they need to set themselves up for a free Roche.
Zephyr, God! Sets up the best fight with the arrow onto Wraith King. Smoked up, he didn't see it, I don't know, he got hit, and then phasing arrow again onto the reincarnation, like, Wraith King set up an arrow against himself.
Definitely one of the maybe downsides of the hero at times, and yeah, we're maybe just seeing that they've got this Mars disruptor, but their teamfight's still feeling a little bit lackluster in terms of what Nature's Prophets bringing to the table, for example. And when they get jumped like that, things just go so bad for them.
I'm very scared of this fight. I think Gabby is definitely reaching territories that can't be dealt with anymore. 26 minutes, Yopaj hasn't finished the charge yet. That's going to be a big strength for them when they do get it, but Wraithing is really struggling. I think that the smoke may have been a mistake not finishing first. I don't know how much it changes. Obviously, he got hit by arrow without realizing at the start of the fight, and that's kind of like a life down already. I'm not sure how he second life, other than helping him get out alive. I don't think he could have fought with it. So I guess their initiation was a little bit botched. What can you do? Like, I think you just reset and try and but like avoid fighting while they have this Aegis. Just cut lane, playing top. Sorry, Tim's just pushing bot. They're just gonna have to try and pressure them out the best they can.
Definitely a big part of it does just seem like the matchup issue where they picked this Wraith King into TP, partly because there maybe just weren't any great carry options left, but I thought it was down bottom. Carl actually gets stunned up, the Static Storm follows him, and he's gonna go down here. Got a bit greedy going for the kill on Tim's. Cuckoo is coming in with the Moonlight Shadow, and he's looking for Tim's here. They find him in just a second. Cuckoo has the duel, and he's gonna go for it. Bring down the Nature's Prophet, but White one once more. Ooh! Almost had the disruption, ends up accidentally disrupting himself there, but he was so close to catching Jackie.
You're pretty happy with that as they have Aegis, but you're still managing to get a kill onto their mid hero. Like, that's pretty nice play. It's the kind of thing you're like hoping for. And then as soon as they get it right, they get out with everyone else that they can. They're already back to like the top of the FBZ. This is definitely like the right way to deal with. See how they deal with the Aegis expiring. I'm not sure if they're strong enough as a team to say like, okay, we're gonna smoke up as the Aegis expires and take that fight. I don't know if they're in that kind of position. It's probably still back to before the Aegis where it was, yeah, we want to take fights on our wards and kind of just get the best jump we can.
The T1, they want to fight while they've got this Aegis. The Puck may be dead, but has boots of travel, so can rejoin the team pretty quickly here if need be. They do have to address this top lane that's constantly being pushed in by Nature's Prophet Treants and the Mars as well clearing out waves, so I'll get the bottom tier 2 tower, but looks like they're going to be forced to come top to defend, but they want kills up here as well. Carl shows himself in the wave, but Cuckoo is in the trees. They find a kill here. Puck goes in forward, gets caught in the Static Storm, but the spear pushes him out. Oh, and he also gets bailed out by the nice Pritzky attack, giving him that temporary magic immunity, gets rooted by the Nature's Prophet. Aghanim 7 that they're causing some, issues chasing, but it's not really offering any kill threat as T1 do a great job baiting Carl and bailing him out, knowing that the Legion commander was going to be able to save him with the shard.
Awesome bait. They really just committed full on to that play. They TP'd so many heroes. They know that Boom are playing sneakily along these side lanes. It's not a matter for Boom of like, oh, puck show, we have to like back off from top. They don't have that space on the map. They don't see enough heroes to know what's going on. They want to keep playing top, so they try and make that point of puck thinking is a low, but no, T1 is totally outplayed them. This lovely bait to play.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
After that, they poking at the doors of Boom, coming to the tier 3 towers up top. They've taken all outer towers now, so next objective is going to be the high ground. We'll see if Boom have the tools to defend this one. They haven't got much left on the Aegis, just the 50 seconds though, so if they can delay this just enough, they may be able to find an opening to jump in and go on Gabby. Nice man to the dodge the stun here, but he's not done it. He's just going to keep on pushing, keep on chipping at this tier 3 tower. And Nature's Prophet does a little bit of work cutting some waves. Jackie here, but this thing ignored.
Top tower has fallen.
Look behind. Boom. And making a move. They want the back line. Cuckoo scouts it out on the Legion commander, and now instead it's going to be FBZ catching out the Mirana. That will be a dead Zephyr here, but he pops the pipe. He survived a bit longer, almost gets another leap out of there. He will end up going down, but the TB just took melee racks. Nothing defending top, and boom. They may have killed the Mirana, but they lost Skem in the process, and also did not defend their top lane.
Yes, definitely. It seems really hard for them to take fights on like up front like that when they kind of push into them with the Aegis. I mean, you kind of just have to look.
Hold that top bottom lane. Carl, you've seen this one before. It's the puck. Carl getting a little bit too over-eager with some of his aggressive farming and getting punished for it. So Boom doing a good job hunting down Carl several times here, but it feels like T1 on the front foot with this TB feeling a little bit unstoppable. Is there a point or an item that Boom can deal with this TB, or is it just like, let's kill everyone else and just hope we can maybe deal with TB last or something? He is very, very dead. Mortem is just not going to crack it here in terms of damage output, and Jackie is just losing the battle against his Terrorblade. There's no Metamorphosis, but Gabby doesn't seem to have a problem with that because he's just BTP out. Good job taking the Wraith King's first life and getting out safely. Gabby is fitting in perfectly into this T1 roster, it feels like.
There's no meta though.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You're not too worried at least for go on Boom. They're just gonna spread out and keep trying to pressure the map. I feel like Boz, if he can get BKB and a refresher. This is very late. I'm talking very late game here. That might be a way to give yourself a good way to fight with Boom, because I don't want the arena for the sake of trying to kill heroes, but if they can use like 2 arenas to kind of wall out Gabby when he's meted, because obviously he can't attack through the walls. Even if he's BKB'd, his attacks will get caught on the walls. BKB only allows him to walk through the arena. We're able to kind of go on the rest of his team and use arenas to sort of separate him from the fight. I feel like that can be really it's kind of really hard to do though, so that's why it's kind of like an ideal situation type thing.
Farming up any kind of refresher is going to take quite some time here, especially with Tim's as farmed as he is, and it's kind of become his job to keep these lanes pushed out. It does feel like they can get like well and truly into late game Dota because of all the split push coming from Tim's. He's got the Aghanim Scepter and the Shard for those greater treants, but as a result, some of his teammates are a little bit underfarmed.
Sure, it's kind of like I see ways of them to take fights, but it requires things like a Disruptor Axe, which this man, I don't know if he will ever get. It's Skem position 5, just single creep in this game. They even have a Philosopher's Staff.
His teammate does. Tim's does. Like, he's already got Axe Refresher. Like, what more do you need?
He'll give it over eventually when he's 6 life.
The funniest thing was when they found it, the Mars actually kept it for like the first 5 minutes. I was like, what the Mars doing with the Philosopher stuff? These greedy core players.
I do respect Ethic's in this game. I think it's helping them, but
they found Skem, and Skem knows it. He was just throwing his life to D-Lord, but they're not done. They've also caught FDB here, and without a BKB, another dual kill going the way of T1. Cuckoo up to plus 140 now. Oh boy.
Yeah. It's hard. It's really, really hard. Yeah, I mean, you can't have the full... Because obviously what they want to do is they want to keep running out onto the map, and you don't want to be stuck in your bases like, oh, that's horrible. It leads to an extreme net worth deficits. You have to try and make the plays, but when Gabby's running around with the silver edge and able to find like FBZ there, it's so hard to play. So you can't, have sentries all over the map. You end up getting caught out in situations. It's kind of like desperation plays of Boom, which is not the situation you really want to find yourself in, but at least they're trying to do something.
T1 look at the high ground, then back off. They've got Roshan waiting for them if they want to go for it, so Aegis and Aghanim Shard probably uncontested. It just feels like Boom is so much on the back foot. And I got to ask you, but one of the, the player hero combos, the Yopaj Sapphire that we were so excited to see, it's felt a bit quiet since we've left the laning space. Is this just the nature of the hero, or is it just like, why are we not feeling the same impact as we did yesterday when he was getting 30 kills?
Might just be the fact that I mean, like they picked it seeing the mid matchup, right? I mean, the fight's about to break now. I'm kind of
don't worry, you got some time. You got some time.
I'm scared.
Both they want to contest this. Roshan Puck finds the backline support, so gets the drone coil out onto one. Didn't hit the disruptor and the Yield Scepter. He's going to be in the static storm himself. Gets bursted down on the Shadow Demon. They killed up the support. Both sides trying to see what they can find here. The Wraith King's lost his first life, and that TB just eats him alive with the dual kill as well. Going Cuckoo's way, plus 170 now. Looks like T1 aren't done. They're still hunting, looking for more. They committed the Metamorph, so they want to fight right now. They still have a little window where they can fight with that one. It doesn't look like they're going to find anything else, so maybe they just go for the Roshan here. Right, I think you've got a moment now. Yopaj Snapfire. Why is this not the same Yopaj Snapfire from yesterday?
Yeah, I mean it was definitely looking to go that direction at the beginning of the game. Getting around the map were really getting kills, was making it. I'm not exactly sure the moment that it fell off so hard, but I think they took a couple of pretty poor fights where they did reach timings on T1. They had Witchblade on pot. They had their supports were getting levels. They had Ult and Shadow Demon, and they were able to just kind of pick off and start taking good fights. When those started happening, it kind of slowed down Boom's momentum, and this whole time Gabby was just powerful.
Gabby has become the big late game problem here. Static Storm comes out. Blinks his way out of that one from the phase shift, so looks like T1 with the dead Wraith King are going to get themselves a second lane of racks without much of a fight. See if there's a response from Boom to defend this bottom lane or not, because I don't think T1 are done. They've still got this Aegis in hand on Gabby.
Felt like when TB got his KB, that's why no longer really helpless damage onto him. The amount of save they have, it felt like they hadn't
Gabby just sitting on the high ground. Meanwhile, Yopaj, he's caught in the back lines. Completely in no man's land, getting tipped up here as Carl tries to finish off the Wraith King on his first life. Unsuccessful, but what really matters perhaps is the base going down. Mega Creep's about to be picked up as zones him away, keeps him in the fountain, keeps him away from Gabby, who is just having a flawless game on this Terrorblade, it feels like.
Was most well.
Mega Creeps are picked up, and it just doesn't feel like there's much Boom can do anymore.
Oh, Gabby's so strong.
Doubts about the squad pickup, bringing Gabby into the team. I think he's answered a few of them today with his... He's juking it out here in the mid lane, and some of their early aggression, particularly around the early game power of the Snapfire. But once T1, you kind of mentioned the BKB timing of TB, it felt like they didn't have a good answer for BKBs.
I didn't. It felt rough, and they had a pretty poor core-to-core matchup on the.
I'm secretly kind of hoping for a game 3. I want to see Boom bounce back.
I love Boom. I'd love to see Boom. Let's go, Boom. Woo!
Whoa.
I'm not biased.
Caster? Whoa.
I'm not biased. I just want a close series, guys.
Yeah, good Dota. That's what we're biased for.
I heckin' love good Dota. Okay. So, yay, and a Bane against Monster Snapfire. I think that is definitely his favorite, at least in the levels. It would be nice if they can get their level 2 first. I think they could knock out quite a few kills. Oh, Tim's so good at stealing.
Every time. This man. His Weaver, we saw it yesterday, is absolute news. I'm expecting some more of that.
Blocks a small camp, but it gets near.
This guy in that hill,
Oh, it's even worse. It's not Bane PA, it's PA Weaver. That is so much more kill threat.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Tim's, he doesn't unblock his small camp. He put his sentry in the wrong place, so... Actually, well, he wanted to block the big camp, so it looks like that'll be okay for him. Doesn't see the... So both camps down bottom will be blocked. See how this PA does.
Okay with that. If they can just... They should just focus on, like, kind of hitting down the Bora, I feel. Because that's the nice part about PA into Beastmaster. It's not just the fact that it's hard for him to harass her when she has blur up, it's also that she's able to kill the Boras with the stifling daggers. She's able to jump him, and he doesn't really have a way to protect himself. It's a very rough matchup.
Does the Snapfire make up for that at all with like the kill threat that Snapfire brings to the table?
Not really. She's okay. Like, she's just a strong core in general. Always just gonna be nice there, but like they've hit level 2 now. So I would watch right now. They're gonna go.
Yeah, they're instantly jumping on Kuko, who's still level 1. And with the bug on him, a couple more right clicks. Jackie has a dagger in a second, and that's first blood going his way. You called it, Chico. The second they hit 2, they jump.
Yeah, that is Jackie pulled the creep into his tower, which basically meant the wave would die first for them, which meant they got the level 2 first. It's exactly how they're meant to play this lane. I think it was probably a mistake, honestly, by T1 to either let that happen or not be more aware of it and be kind of out of harm's way. It's just hard to be out of harm's way. That's the scary thing about PA Weaver. Weaver's gonna Shikuchi onto you, PA's gonna jump onto you, you can move back so that you're technically like you're trying not to be in harm's way, but they will just catch you, they will jump.
These other lanes very aggressive as well. The supports both surviving on like one hit from death up top, and mid lane Yopaj and Carl were also incredibly low, so a lot of early aggression coming out from both teams. But it does feel like this bottom lane was an early Orb of Corrosion coming out. That's where we're going to likely see a lot more kind of aggression coming out from this Boom Esports side.
Yeah, there's no easy combos this game for kills. Like, Verona that we saw, I think T1 ran it twice, like once yesterday, once today. Like in the sort of Bane Shadow Demon, and it's so easy for them to kill people. This game is a little bit harder. They can still bring support to mid, like this barrier. Like Yopaj is really gonna want it.
And again onto Cuckoo. They're looking for this kill once more to get rid of the bug, but that's not going to be enough as another kill goes the way of Jackie.
That's just a lane. What can you do?
It seems every single time we see this lane, they're just getting kill after kill. 3 now to Jackie's name. I mean, it's not all doom and gloom, as you were saying. Like, this is how the lane is kind of just goes. There is comeback potential, right, for Cuckoo and for T1 with the Beastmaster. Or maybe not if he instantly dies, yeah. Oh no. Say it ain't so. One more dagger. Is it going to be enough? He barely lives. He wants it. He's going to Shikuchi in. He breaks the salve. He's willing to die for it. He knows Cuckoo has no TP, and he may not even die. He may want to die because... Okay, it's just going to TP back to base. Wow. What a disaster for Cuckoo. This is worse than it normally goes. This is maybe starting to get into, like, too bad to come back territory. I don't know.
Like, he was... like the top of level 3, about to hit level 4, and level 2. I don't really know how you're meant to recover lanes like this. I'll be real. I'm not good enough player to do it. And I don't even know if T1 know how to do it either. I think you have to maybe drag waves from boar, but it's hard because they're so good at killing boars on their lane bot.
Going, FBZ gets a nice shield crash off, and they've got the kill onto Whitemont. No revenge kill from Gabby because of the disarm. He couldn't really get any right clicks off, so at least something else going Boom's way. They're having their way in both top and bottom lane. Salving up is Jackie's PA, so he's going to be ready to fight again soon. And yeah, that big question you're asking is, how does this Beastmaster recover? I guess we'll figure out what Cuckoo's answer for it is it soon, I guess. Whether or not it's going to work is maybe another matter, but for now he's trying to stick it out down bottom.
I know watching, I think watching Zai as a player has always been very fun for me. A player that generally tends to have bad lanes and get, like, messed over, you know? And he's so good at coming back from that. A lot of the times I see him kind of play back and, like, farm, like, the hard camp in your triangle, and try and recover there.
No.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, and Gabby died. Oh, while that was going on, that's a bigger kill, really. Yopaj with the rotation on Queen of Pain. Sonic Wave was used, and TP's back mid.
Runes are coming up. You see squads move towards that.
Lively now. Your admiral
That's
is on
Beastmaster's time to shine. It means Weaver is not in lane. What I'm hearing is he's got a 1v1 lane for a little bit.
Can he even stand against Jackie? He's like levels up on him with erosion.
So he's thinking about jungle, but Tim's is there. Leave him alone, Tim's. This is bullying at this point.
His swarm was on a 3-second cooldown, and that's the only reason you're alive, Cuckoo.
Gabby could be in some trouble top. They're going for the Rolling Thunder, but they're going to find a bit of an easier target to bring down. In Whitemont's Disruptor, FPC finds a nice little pillar to bounce off and will get their 8th kill on the Boom Esports side. Well, you know, I like T1's draft, but this is not a good laning stage for them. Definitely a bit concerning. They're going to rotate in Carl on the Kunkka, but he instantly gets nightmared up. Snapfire's there maybe to help guarantee that this torrent lands. They're going to throw the Goji below. That's just a Bane. Boom will happily go to the Bane, and FBZ's still hunting. He wants Gabby. He may be able to finish off the Void. He's got no time walk. It's level 1. If he gets one more right click off, luckily the time dilation slow is going to stop that from happening, and Tim's with the Shikuchi doesn't find it, but Yopaj rocks up to the party with that game rig. Gets another kill, and they may get more. They know Zephyr's up here, I believe. They want this tower, they want these kills, and they're going to probably get both. And Zephyr was going to do what damage he can. And oh boy, is this going poorly for them.
Wow, this is such a dominating game. This is 7 minutes, we have 11 kills.
This is the Boom Esports way. When things are clicking, they're getting kills and playing this hyper-aggressive early mid-game, and sometimes early games can look like this for Boom.
Yeah, this is a 7-minute tower for them, top lane. This is this is rough. Faceless Void is not a carry that has any real strength in the early game. He combos his chrono with spells like more snap, right? But like alone, he doesn't do that much damage. He's very much a slow carry that comes online later. And if you are losing farm on the map because you're losing your tower so early because the enemy is snowballing and winning all their lanes, I think that like that spells for a very difficult faceless game. You know, if you use chrono, you're pretty much useless for a long time after that, and that's a very, it's like what, 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes for like Boom to do whatever they want when it's off on cooldown.
Pressure perhaps then goes on to the supports as well as Carl and the Kunkka, because they're not getting anything out of Cuckoo for some time with his slow start, so see what kind of moves they can maybe make with Carl going for some early rotations. But even him, he's only got level 1X, so it's not like he can just be this easy catch until he gets a few more levels. Just looking rough as Kim comes in, does walk into a sentry ward. He could be in some trouble here with the torrent follow-up, gets X'd up as well. Trying to Kuchi's way out of this one, but the ghost ship is there waiting for him, so get the kill on the Weaver.
You can. Cuckoo now at least he has his level 3 boards, so he can just spawn go snaps now. I think that's what he. he needs like he's farming this camp now. If he wants, maybe he enemy jungle and try and farm there. Like at least take some space away from Jackie.
Illusion.
A little risky. I feel like when you're down this hard, you have to just try and find a farm where you can. You can't just take this single hard camp and then be head with that. If Jackie just controls the wave, which he kind of is, like he's even pulling into the hard camp, he's just denying farm. Like Cuckoo can't get farm anywhere else. You maybe you gotta start getting creative, maybe at the cost of your life.
Well, yeah, Jackie getting the full lane as well as those neutral creeps has put him well on top of the net worth and skyrocketing ahead of everybody in this game. So that's before Battle Fury even comes out. So they've got some problems to address here across the board, not just the Jackie PA, but all three lanes kind of falling apart in many ways. Boomer gonna be spying for. As for Boomer, I mean, they're gonna obviously keep farming up the PA Battle Fury, but it feels like the rest of them can keep playing aggressive at it. Are they gonna keep looking at, are they gonna try to take this T1 mid tower soon? What's kind of the next move for them?
I'm not sure either way. I think like if you're Boom, you just want to keep power farming. What is your Queen of Pain just going? She's rushing a beat. Gabby's running a phone.
Part of the take what you can get plan that you mentioned earlier, I guess.
I was just thinking about Gabby and his chrono, and how like they haven't, like he's had the 6 for quite a while and he hasn't made it. And I was thinking, I guess like he's just valuing like trying to get as much farm as he can instead of, because if you know, what would you rather have, like 2 waves top or like smoking for a minute to maybe get a kill? Chrono, like he really values the money.
To be a great rotation if it worked, but unfortunately he gets scouted out. There was a sentry ward there. Teams is now going to come in as well, so Carl thought he could maybe find the PA with some help TPing in, but they ifted it out, and unfortunately for T1, that gank does not work out for them. Oh no, they gotta get this if you're T1. Cannot afford to lose this. Scam's got a nice grip on the white one, does end up getting cancelled though. The Static Storm gets dropped as well. Cuckoo's now rotating in. He's holding onto his Raw for now, but with FPZ showing up with the Rolling Thunder, they could be in some trouble. Holds onto the Rolling Thunder for now. Both teams trade supports, but the Ancient Stack is the big juicy prize. Whoever gets to control this area and wins this team fight. Right now, that's looking like it's going to be Boom.
Worthy tribute.
Scary. He's like, at least let me have the XP, guys. Come on.
he's trying. Looks like eventually Boom do have to back off and give up the rest of it. They do take some of the smaller creeps, so not bad, but with no PA Battle Fury up quite yet, and also PA TP top to go farm, they didn't quite have the manpower to fight over those ancients.
Yeah, surprising, honestly. I guess they felt they were lacking burst or resource, getting pretty low on mana. Like, FBZ did have roll still, but they decided not to really chance it. Like, Cuckoo still had roll. If he did roll it, up and maybe not that effective. Maybe allow time for heroes to respawn on T1 and then they counter attack. It's kind of scary. It's a risky move for sure. I think it was very heads up on Boom. Cut your losses and just they got enough.
And now they put a Battle Fury PA, so instantly Jackie's gone to an Ancient Stack of his own, so his farm about to skyrocket, and Cuckoo, his helm, 13 minutes in, is only now coming out, so feels like he's just not really able to do Beastmaster things this game. Pressure on that bottom tier 1 tower at all.
Should start to do that now, because EA is about to show top, they're gonna know that she's away. That's kind of like, there's a lot of kill threat for Cuckoo this game. They can kind of kill him with I think PA is like the one that scares you the most. At this point, he should be able to just stop pressuring, hang a reaction block.
Even if he dies again, it feels like you can't just sit back and try farm when you're a Beastmaster. This team are smoked up though, trying to use those ultimates with next Chronosphere up as well as Immortimus Kisses. T1 do have the damage to kill some of these cores, and Yokai just going to walk into them, but with FPZ initiating with the Rolling Thunder plus the Blink, there's just nothing they can really do to take this fight initially. Zephyr does TP out in the trees, but gets nightmared up before it can complete. He's going to go down, and it looks like Gabby decides there's just no opportunity to go for a Chronosphere. And without Zephyr's Snapfire, they don't have the damage really to follow it up.
Cuckoo is farming for right now, which I'm not sure I agree with. I think even if you're afraid of heroes ganking you, the nice thing about Beastmaster is you can shove lane with your sit in the right and just provide the aura. So I feel like this whole thing is happening mid and he's not pressuring bot tower, and that's on his part.
Okay.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on
He
board.
changes his approach to this one, but now trying to make the most of the farm he can get, but no pressure really being applied. Does come out to lane now, but there's a Weaver there positioned to maybe defend this tower, but backup is coming. Gabby on his Void is making his way down this bottom lane. Thinking that maybe they want to even try to take a fight down here.
Bring bodies, that's kind of how you get a Jackal top.
Will end up going down, gets the tips as well. Now bottom lane, looks like a fight could be brewing here. The Chronosphere with the kisses, doing some good damage. FBZ gets the swashbuckle away, but won't survive through it all. Who dead on the boom side, but filling up his Jackie on the PA. He's ready to fight even without the BKB. Needs to be careful, the damage is a lot, but he gets out of the ghost ship. Nice Phantom Strike, gets him back with safety, and Yopaj on the clock. Sonic Wave on through. Does some good damage to secure the kills as Tim's time-lapse heal himself back up and has been X, so he could be in some trouble here if he's not careful. Gabby gets forced to Time Walker's way as the pig pole gets used by Carl on the Kunker to try and escape. Yopaj still fairly healthy here, but the time dilation causing him some problems, and as a result, Tims is going to end up going down here. Boom. Not quite able to hard commit to this fight, and I mean, for T1, you got to be at least pretty happy with the outcome there, I feel.
Yeah, that was great. I think the thought I was saying before that happened was that this is how you make things happen when you're behind, is you use bodies. So when they bring Gabby bot to kind of link up with Goofy, yeah, we want to take this bot tower, or they defend, then they die, but like we keep bringing more heroes and we can probably take a decent fight at least. And they have the timing, they have the Chronosphere plus kisses. That's why the fight is able to go so nicely for them. That's easy, never gets the chance to use rolling. Pretty much entirely into Chrono. That's great. Bring more bodies, take a good fight, and you know, they're no longer just getting hard picked off. It's like a little bit, the foot is inching back into the game.
FBZ has other ideas. He's recognizing that, okay, they want to apply pressure, we can do the same thing. Don't give them an opportunity to do that by making the move versus. Because on the clock had the BKB, but got roared through it. They did take out the T1 mid tower, and now Carl BKBs himself to keep himself alive through it all. With the static still on the Pangolier, FBZ does end up dropping, so they get the T1 mid tower, but boom, lose their Pangolier in the process.
Very nice. A BKB timing coming out for both Carl and Yopaj in this game. I think that fight as well, you're not only playing FBZ, but you're also getting pops 9-second BKB. I think you're pretty happy with that, especially when you feel like you're so behind on T1.
Their ultimates will be coming up pretty soon. The Chronosphere being the big one in 17 seconds, so they look to make another go with this one. Gabby has managed to claw his way back to at least somewhat respectable farm, well behind the PA, but not completely out of this game in terms of his own itemization.
I do think Boom could maybe take a fight soon and look to Roche. Jackie just got his BKB timing for that. Maybe they're feeling strong with that at the fight. There is a threat of
Nice cookie with 2 kisses.
Maybe that's the timing for them. Now there's no kisses, even if they have Chronosphere, the damage for it is gone. Maybe on Skim's respawn they want to make a move. Maybe they want to keep dodging. I'm not really sure how they as a pro team decide how to deal with Chronosphere. Can't just say, oh, we're never going to fight, there's a Chronosphere. And it's also...
They walk into Roshan, that's...
Too.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I like that. No, all good. They moved on T1, so... They just take Roshan, right?
T1 now smoked up, headed that way. But they gotta get there soon. It's dropping pretty fast with the minus armor, and as you kind of mentioned, no kisses, so the damage in Chrono, it's not non-existent. They've got the Kunker boats, but it's a bit lacking, and Roshan's already dropped, so T1 late to the party.
Is a counter to Faceless. Then you don't have to be afraid of Chrono. 2 lives.
Perfect. Off of that, boom, 7. Jackie's still farming up a bit, has not necessarily apply pressure, but of course, strong right now.
Yeah, this won't be like a high ground Aegis or anything. They're definitely just gonna use it to try and get more map control. Like, Jackie's gonna farm towards Deso, which is gonna be a really big power spike. That's like the IM that, you know, removes T1's heroes from existence. That's when you see supports start dropping in like a crit. So they can still like apply pressure onto buildings and stuff, and probably try and take a tier 2 tower, get the outpost, and really like squeeze the map dry in terms of farm, increase their net worth lead. Hopefully with the second Aegis, that's when they end.
Rolling thunder being used from afar. They're hunting the void, but he's already TP'd out. Easy. Ooh.
It was about a second though. He wasn't that close in the end.
He knew exactly what Void was trying to do, finding one more wave, but Gabby carried.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
Another to the tally.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Otherwise they just keep farming, which I also think is respectable. I think when PA gets like Basher and stuff, like she has Deso now, so now she does a lot of damage. Now she just needs some control. When she gets like Basher or something, then that's when maybe she can kill Gabby before he... Yeah, he is not exactly the tankiest guy. He does not have a lot of armor. He's not building items like that. He's going very defensive and doesn't do a lot of damage either.
Not so safe, huh?
They can find that pick off. They are looking constantly with these smokes. It's like Boomer just going from one side of the map to the other, constantly smoking up, but T1 doing a very good job avoiding them and not fighting into this Aegis. So 30 seconds remaining, but even without Aegis, as you're kind of mentioning, Jackie is a big threat and a big problem.
But Gabby Corona me, I have 24 seconds left on my Aegis, please.
Away. Easy nearby, but again, a little bit too far. It was like Boomer just being kind of tug of war around the map, being pulled by T1, who are like, oh, there's a hero, let's go kill him. But as soon as they start heading that way, that hero's already kind of left. So kind of a game of whack-a-mole right now, where boom, they've got this big advantage, but they're struggling to find the pickoffs.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of... Like, this is not how you really deal with this sort of pressure from... Like, usually when you have a catch hero like Bane, the point is that Bane sort of sits in a lane and sets up and gets ready. So when Gabby, for example, pushes bot, you get him with Nightmare, and then you're constantly like, in or whatever, like you have the one.
It's mid, but not going to lead to a whole lot with FBZ's Heal Scepter. And yeah, Scam even has this Shadow Amulet, so he could theoretically, like you say, just set up in a lane, sit in this for, just wait for like 2 minutes, and eventually PA will show up. Actually, not PA, the Void will show up.
Yeah.
But same time, it feels like Boomer
playing great.
Okay.
Like Boomer playing like fantastic and dealing with it, but like Gabby is very aware of the fact that he's being hunted. He's anywhere for too long. Oh, it's like really good. He doesn't even finish full waves. He's just like, yep, they're probably running at me. I'm going to leave. Just walks away from the camp.
Yeah, as you say that, gets away from FBZ again. I mean, as you're saying that, obviously, Boom still far ahead and kind of getting further ahead because they've got more map control. They're farming more of the map. But is there a point where you feel like this game is going to swing back T1's way as they drag it out a bit?
Yeah, like you talked about, they have so much BKB piercing stuff. This game is the kind of game where it can always be won.
Could be the fight where it starts to become like Scam walks into everybody there, but the Sonic Wave from the Hydra with the Rolling Thunder, now a Ghost Ship turner on the torrent, it could be too much. These sports get eaten alive by it initially, but the PA BKB going charging forward, eats the Void alive. He couldn't find a good Chronosphere, and Carl now all alone. Tries to Shadow Blade himself out of there, but the damage is too much. That's the PA's first BKB. Having the full 9 seconds proved to be more than enough.
Beautiful. For both teams, actually. It was kind of like... I was like, oh my god, Boom are doing it! Into like the torrent, but I was like, oh my god, T1 are doing it! And then everyone was dead. PA, scary.
Yeah. Fortunately, Void couldn't get Chrono up, couldn't BKB.
Tower has fallen.
Got controlled the entire fight. That was the hero that T1 needed. Keep a quite possible.
Yeah, look how nice that fight went for T1 considering their carry got blown up at the start of the fight. Like that's wild.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
If Gabby had not died instantly and had managed to Chrono, maybe that fight is won by T1. And maybe even the worst part about that fight is that Gabby didn't waste the Chrono, so he still has it. The threat is still at large.
With a potential Roche respawn very soon, it is not going to be for another 2 minutes, but that's something the teams are not fully aware of. But definitely some signs of life for T1 in some ways. They lost that fight, another lost fight, but the potential is definitely there if they're the ones getting the jump and getting their spells off. But outlook is still a bit grim for the time being. Scam. Whoa, cancelled his own Phoenix Strip there. I think knowing it was about to be cancelled by the Centaur, and Carl just eats up the Bane with his BKB. Going for a new target. Nice Chronosphere on it too. The Ghost Ship follow-up, and they've got the Pangolier. Rolling Thunder or not, the Chronosphere is going to lock you down. Jackie comes into the fight on the PA. He's committed his BKB for this one, but he hasn't got the damage to deal with Carl, I don't think. And that Silver Edge is something he's got to respect as well. Will quickly lose all his evasion if he's not careful. Jackie comes back in. With the glimpse back, but it looks like most teams with the 2-2 are looking to see whether or not they can re-engage. He's going to time-lapse himself and get a nice Atos out onto Gabby. The cookie, okay, Gabby gets low and he dies to the Sonic Wave. Oh, the crit, I think the crit actually killed him before the Sonic Wave. It wasn't, he didn't even get hit by the Sonic Wave.
Yeah, he got crit to death. Oh my gosh. Jackie doing so much damage.
See this Void having a tough time just surviving through all the damage and the root now from the Weaver Atos. That, again, another fight where things look okay for T1, but the end result, not so okay.
Yeah, that fight was kind of status. It feels bad when you're not getting DA in the... just because she's such a threat, she's so scary. The Chrono ends and Gabby is like really afraid to use this jump because you just can't chase anyone. Like you want to be like on Void, you want to be able to just jump from hero to hero and keep upping, but you know that as soon as you jump, PA just instantly Phantom Strikes you and you will probably die. There's actually just no playing like that. I mean, you know what he's also done that's very offensive to me? He has left time dilation at level 1, killing his stats. Time dilation being at 28-second cooldown, like what? It's so good this game as well. You're playing against Weaver, you're playing against Tango, Quap, and PA, all heroes that abuse the locally on spells. I think time dilation is incredible. Like,
I just That's one attempt. That plus. Just gets away from her rotation as he gets down some deep vision. But unfortunately for T1, now they've got to play into the Aegis again, so you can land the Chrono, the Roar on the PA, whatever it may be. Maybe not going to matter as long as she's got an Aegis. She's hit level 24, so getting close to that level 25 talent. Also got a free Ag shard out of the Roshan as well.
I just really want to say again how impressed I am with Gabby's games. He is not playing with Ward. If anything, it's actually Boom with 2 wards in their own jungle to try and look for him, and he farms one. He's not even playing on the lane, and then he's like, "Yeah, they're probably looking for him." Like starts hiding in trees again. And he's dodged so many ganks like this. I feel so bad. Like Boom have just been sprinting after him from lane to lane. Any worst carry has died at least 10 times. Yeah, no. Boom playing really, really good this game. Their team fighting is amazing. I think FPZ is such a threat on Pango. It feels really awful for Void. You want a Chrono PA because she's the carry that's killing everyone, but if you don't Chrono FPZ, like, his Pango is just gonna roll. So long.
I'm sensing a pattern.
Yeah, murdering Tim's finds a poor little Snapfire in the bottom lane. Boom Esports are not done. They just using smokes to zip across the map. I feel like half the time they're smoking, they're not even like trying to get a kill. They're just like, I want to be somewhere else. This smoke is going to give me some nice movements.
Yeah. I guess even though the chases aren't really leading to anything, it is forcing them out, right? If you're a little bit lazier as a team, then maybe Gabby gets to like farm a hard camp, a medium camp, and a wave, right? But because they're just like, nope, we run at you, he gets half a camp and then has to back off. Yeah, he's living, for sure, but the net worth lead is at 20k because he's just not being allowed to kind of sit in one place. Money and items. So, Boom are doing a really fantastic job at just trying to keep T1 in their base. You know, or don't let them get to any lanes, don't let them get to any camps. Run.
So map, run at them. Now T1 have managed to make their move out of their base here. The PA in the front line goes in aggressively, got scouted up, got ran into by a smoke gank, but Jackie didn't care. Not with the Aegis in hand. He wanted just to fight his way through it, and I think T1 realizing this is like, okay, smoke gank failed. Let's get back to our base, back to turtling it up. Not the hero we wanted to find.
Very calm reaction from Jackie too. There was no panic, like, oh god, there's heroes here. There was no ETB reaction. He didn't save that. He actually just was like, oh yeah, I'm strong. I had Aegis. You show your face to me. I don't care if you're 5 heroes. I'm just gonna jump instantly into you.
Jumped on the Void, force the time walk away, tank the Static Storm without BKBing. Gets pulled back in here. He may lose his Aegis without much in exchange, but he's managed to blink it aggressively once again with the Satanic. Doesn't life steal all too much. Gets brought low and actually finished off by Zephyr, so they've taken out the Aegis now. They will have that Chronosphere now to deal with the BKB as well as the Roar, but on the backline just the Queen of Pain, Yopaj, jumping in perhaps a little bit too deep. He's Chronosphere underneath the tier 4 towers. Good ship pull up in there as well for the grip. Onto the faces Void. The Queen of Pain does still go down here, but Jackie on the PA looking to clean things up here, and without Aurora or Chronosphere, they just don't have the control to address the PA. And glimpse her back though, perhaps with this, she's going to be too far in alone. The Scatterblast stun hitting her up as well with the Torrent, but here comes FPZ to perhaps save the day, or at least save the PA. They know they need to get him out alive here with the Satanic. Jackie still healing himself back up. Fan of Knives doing a bit of damage as well, but he's being broken once more by the Silver Edge. Rolling Thunder comes to an end, and now it's full retreat for Jackie, but he gets glimpsed back into a Static Storm. Now he's in some trouble if there's any damage. Gabby's trying to find him, gets the time dilation, so Scatterblast not going to come out as Zephyr gets stunned up. Nice play from Jackie to Phantom Strike away from the Scatterblast, but another glimpse back. He needs his BKB, he hasn't got it. Instead he's got maybe a Satanic to heal his way through, and he's going to turn and look to fire his way out of this one. They just don't have an answer for Jackie. They try as hard as they may. They just can't kill this PA. BKB or not, Jackie survives through it all. He gets the tips from his team. They use like 10 different stuns. I feel like they glimpsed him back 3 times and they still couldn't kill Jackie.
Oh damn, Jack boys, he's so big. Yopaj died like 2 minutes ago. I mean, at least a minute ago under the apes, and way too much of a dive from him. And here comes Jackie anyway. This is, I think, last DPC season was really just the story of like, man, like I wish Tino would really pull a hard weight like when Yopaj had a bad game. And Jackie's showing that he can easily do it. He is a carry replacement that is turning up so hard. It is beautiful to watch. I think Boom are so strong and showing their strength in this big turnaround from gameplay plan.
Looking for that killing blow now, going for the tier 4 towers, going for the throw. No GG call yet from T1. They've got the buyback on the void. One last hurrah. They go in with the scatter blast and the cookie stun onto the PA, but I don't know if they've got the damage to this one. Not when PA has a BKB still that he's holding on to. Cuckoo survives a little bit longer with a Ghost Scepter, but it's not really going to be enough. Gabby's going to be forced to time walk out of this, and the dagger kills Whitemon in his own fountain. GG is called. Game 3, here he comes.
What a great showing. What a great showing. Boom, fight back. They do not look like they're just stopped from game 1 at all. It was...
Yeah.
Oh, every lane went so well. Yopaj's rotations were amazing. Like, he's just... We're looking bot, and there's a kill. talking about it on Twitter as well. He was just saying he thinks the hero is very weak right now. His combo spell, if you get Atos and the Q and the roots and the hit, all this basically does like no damage. He's very low damage compared to other heroes. I think it is nice in lane against Wraith King, especially if he gets Helm of Iron Will. He can just kind of sit there and kill. And his pit is good at controlling Wraith King and controlling like Mirana, who can't leap and so on. So I like the idea. I just don't think the hero is that great.
I feel that. Do you think there's ever a potential, Jeep, of Underlord being played in a different position? Obviously not in this draft, but just in general.
5 seconds.
Yeah, I could see him as a strong jungler come next patch. If he just gets like a few more buffs, it's gonna be like S tier jungler.
Yeah. Bring Iron Talon back into the game. I like it.
That's what we're looking for then. Let's get it going.
The competitive jungle Olympics, Underlord. Shivskis.
Last ban coming out T1 eventually. Boom Esports lineup gods. What are they missing that T1 could try and, I guess, ban here? And what are they potentially looking to pick up around it?
I get there's some flexibility with T1. I say that because we have had Cuckoo play offlane Wraith King before. Recognizing this, actually banned Ursa because Ursa kind of owns Underlord. With that said, probably it's just a safe lane Wraith King. I think they're gonna. I guess they're super flexible. Wraith King can go safe lane, off lane. Bat Rider can go off lane mid. They're probably gonna react to Boom. Oh, you think they morph into that?
Do you think morph would be good? They have basically no way to kill him.
Morph looks pretty safe. Morph, if you want to lane him safe lane against Underlord, that sounds like a great lane for Morph to free farm in. I'm very down for a Morph lane.
Yeah, same. I'm down for an offlane Wraith King. I feel like Wraith King sucks this game. If I do like Underlord and Wyvern for one thing, is that it makes the Wraith King game impossible.
He's getting kited to hell this game, and anytime he feels like he can go in and do some damage, there's like a Winter's Curse or a Cold Embrace on his target. But I think a lot of T1's last pick is going to be reactionary, so now they know what's coming their way.
Morph, it's a free rage! No? Like, am I wrong? This is
absolutely
popping.
What do you think's going through their head then if they're not immediately picking up this Morph sheet?
Or, I mean, they could also pick like a Razor?
Razor, yeah.
The dog?
Even offlane Razor wouldn't be too bad here if they want to go get an offlaner, but doesn't lane that well with the Mirana. If anything, that's why the Wraith King offlane also works, is that you've got a hero to set up the Mirana arrow in lane, which feels pretty nice.
Yeah, I'd be down for
it. Okay. There we go. Razor it is.
Love it.
You threw out two options. They did end up picking up that Razor instead and going on Scabby. So we see it all laid out here for the last game in this series. And I am going to ask the tried and true question. Which lineup do you like best? Starting with you, Sheep.
Whatever one wins, I would say. I would like that one more.
Wow, so analytical. I really appreciate that. Thank you. God,
T1s.
I like both drafts. I'm just cheering for a close, good game of Dota, you know?
Wow, that's so good of you to say.
Wow, I'm disappointed, but also so proud of both of you guys for sitting right
giving
there
shit answers
in the middle. I have so much to work with. Honestly, these two couldn't ask for two better people, especially with that question. Look, I'm going to pretend that I know anything about Dota on any sort of level compared to you guys. So I'm just going to say, yeah, I just really like the Batrider pick. I'm not going to lie, mainly because it's something I personally haven't seen in DPC yet. But no one really cares too much what I have to say. So I'm going to run off and I'm going to let you guys jump into this game number 3 winner heading to the grand final. I'm looking forward to it.
All right. Well, thank you, Nat. I bet there's people out there who care what Nat have to say and wish Nat was solo casting this game instead of Oshiba.
That's me. I'm one of those people.
I go on my couch, just like chilling, watching some good Dota. Yeah, that sounds great.
I can go get some lunch.
I like how like between the three of us we're all kinds of like crazy different time zones. But it's SCA Dota. We'll wake up whenever, you know. You're waking up early in the morning. I'm staying up late. T1 versus Boom. It's delivered so far.
Hell yeah! It's hard for me to say whose drop I think is better because I really think that Boom did a good job of like shutting down the Wraithing Pig. But now T1 have just really flexed it, and it's something they've done in the past. I think it should have been expected. Oh my god, I'm gonna get light.
5v5 smoking. Lion leads the way. There's that rain of fire tickling T1, but Cuckoo, yeah, goes down to Yopaj of all heroes. The Kunkka gets the kill.
That is like, dude, I feel like mid players get so tilted when you feed first blood to the enemy mid. It's like, dude, now he has a bottle at like 1 minute. What are you doing?
In this case, it's a magic wand, so he can get more than the 10 stick charges against the Batrider early on.
Wow. Yeah, I think that is a little bit of a rough matchup. I think people really like Orman to bat actually.
Remember
watching.
I'm done with the brawling. To juke it out once again, this Razor needs to be a little bit careful. Tim's doing some good work with that level 1 Arctic burn, but both teams will settle down.
I haven't watched enough games of Batrider to know a lot about the matchups, but I know that Kunkka is a melee hero, and that's always cool.
Yep.
Absolutely sad as hell.
I feel like we saw this Kunkka bat at least once, and the Kunkka actually did all right in the DPC League. At least in the lane.
Kill the bat?
Like, I have a memory. I feel like it was even Yopaj Kunkka maybe against the Batrider. I think it was like Execration or TNC who picked bat mid, and it didn't go so well.
I feel like I also saw that, so I'm just gonna say it's true, and that Yopaj is the GOAT, and he's gonna win this lane.
This is
not biased.
This is Carl in the mid lane. I feel like that was like like you say, one of the lower Division 1 teams, but very curious to see how it goes.
I mean, they both play Batrider at least, and they both play. I mean, they both play heroes, so they're probably pretty intimate matchups, so they should probably both be fine.
Call it divine intervention.
On these side lanes, though, another lifestealer. Yesterday we watched Gabby. Was it Gabby's unkillable lifestealer?
It was, yeah.
Yeah. Now we're gonna. Jackie's not unkillable lifestealer. It's a pretty hard game, I would say. The Razor, at least. You also have, obviously, Lasso can pierce your rage, which means that you are actually a threat. You can't go wherever you want on the map.
Playing, they're going on Tim. Lassoing him down, linking him down. He gets very low. Gabby needs the last right click. He will die for it, though. FBZ gets the kill and the solo XP onto Gabby's Razor.
Not too sure if that was worth it, but you know, at least it's coming back to health with full mana and health. Wow.
Yeah.
Like just a little refresher to the grave.
So, yeah, you're kind of talking about the lifestealer. And this is, I mean, you mentioned, yeah, this is not going to be quite as good a lifestealer game as the other one you think then.
No, not at all. It's like, it's way harder. It's also like, the way that T1 will likely want to play this game, and how we've seen in the past, is that Lion is basically your setup hero. He wants to find heroes on the map and catch them with Hex, followed up by Earth Spike, and Batrider, a hero that buys Boots of Travel as his first item, is basically able to always link up with that Lion. So if Lion finds anyone on a side lane, Bat will be there. So Lifestealer basically can't really split push lanes if Lion is ever like not showing on the map. I mean, he can, he can, but he could die. And that is a good level of threat to have on T1's side against a Life.
Okay. See, perhaps he can make up for that by just having a great laning stage, because right now this laning stage for Boom is looking really nice. All three lanes have got a CS advantage, particularly the mid lane. Kunkka almost doubling Carl's CS so far. Does need to be careful. The one thing with Bat is you can be losing your lane, but that kill threat is always going to be there. Now Yopaj absolutely dominating.
Good. He had 7 stacks on him there. I was a little bit scared. McCall doesn't have a point in Flame Break, so he has no real way to help Yopaj.
Any kind of kills break out there.
Radiant's courier
I
has
think why I was so keen for a morph pick this game for Gabby was that Gabby is super good at morphling. Really, really good. But more so, it was the fact that morphling does a lot of magic damage. Was kind of necessary. Like in the same way they picked Bat to deal with like Wyvern Underlord heroes, I thought they would kind of want a little bit of at least pseudo damage on their core, their carry to make up for the fact that like Rage King is not really going to do much damage this game. Gabby going on Underlord now.
Yeah, FBZ seems okay. Tank his way through it.
Fine. But yeah, like I feel like Razor is also a lot of he does pseudo. He does do pseudo damage. Like his Eye of the actually no, Eye of the Storm's physical damage. He does so much physical damage, and they have Wyvern and stuff. You know, it's like a little bit worry.
Yeah, they're very reliant on Carl this game when it comes to dealing with the Wyvern, as far as not just having physical damage goes. Mid lane Yopaj gets low here. He's got 21 charges. He's probably going to have to chew his way through them, but Carl still has a second left on this Firefly, and he will get the kill. This is a lot of the bat mid matchups. You can lose the lane in terms of CS, but you have that kill threat, and he finds the opening to kill Yopaj.
Yeah, that's pretty scary for Yopaj as well, because he's now like pretty much nearly a full level below Carl. Now Carl has the lasso, that's extra level of kill threat. I don't know. It seems hard for Yopaj to stay in lane now.
Out of the way!
See him come back and try to hit that level 6. For now, at least Carl wants to kind of heal up a little bit, but he's going to be back in that lane in no time at all. Over at top, found Tim's perhaps. Another Earth Spike will set up T1 to get themselves another kill in this top lane.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on
middle tower is under attack.
Jackie's pretty happy. He's top of the net worth. His the creep wave is like in front of his tower. He's farming pretty. He's
Yopaj, another solo kill.
My bat wants them.
Even notice he's up so far. How is he on the other side of the river?
Well, you know, we're trying to crown the king of SCA, but right now this game we're, you know, potential king of mid lane. Carl is saying, you know, I'm going to contest that Yopaj is the GOAT statement on mid play. So this game's far from over still as T1 rotating their supports as well to come over and fight for these runes. Carl gets himself another kill. He's already got a killing spree. He's only got 20 CS, but he is absolutely crushing it when it comes to getting these kills.
Carl's an amazing mid player. Really, really scary for Boom when he does get boost of travel. All these kills are like leading up towards getting it. He's 700 gold, and it's only 6 minutes. At that point, when he has them, you have to be so scared on every side lane. It's no longer like, oh, maybe he gets power and gank. It's like he can just always beat it.
Yopaj doesn't even feel like he can walk up to the wave anymore. He's gone back into the jungle, so his lane, despite the strong start where he had like 20 CS to the back where there's 10 CS, has kind of fallen apart now. See if they can make up for it somewhere else, but let's feel like that's going to be a tough ask for Boom.
Step lively.
Send Tim's to the mid lane. Meanwhile, top lane, FBZ's being ran at by Gabby, but he's just going to ulti his way out of there. Barely gets out in the end. That was close.
Lane has been surprisingly for FBZ. I think the lane has pretty much entirely always been in front of T1's tower. But despite that, every time Gabby like tried to go on him or around him, they were able to kind of successfully fend him off between the Arctic Burn and the Firestorm damage, like kind of at risk. So I like farm-wise, he's actually not doing too badly at all. You feel like a lot worse as an offlaner when your lane is up so far because you can die.
Well, unfortunately for his offlane not going so well, he is going to find the main when he's looking to maybe make up for his poor lane with some for himself. Zephyr needs 1 or 2 more right clicks, should finish him off, but he gets already salving, so what this game is going to be. Third core.
executed the blast.
But like, your game's gonna be awesome if you get a better counter pick because they like went in so hard on my hero. What I like at least is Wraith King. He can do a bit more than a Beastmaster. You know, if you go into a team fight and just die instantly, look at that AoE slow. Wow, impact, and he has a stun, and it's on a low cooldown. It's not like a roar and you're done. Yeah, he could provide maybe a few things this game. I'm not really sure what his items are going to be though.
Definitely. It sounds like the goal is to be as light as possible while you hop in your team's backpack and they carry you. Is what I'm hearing. Don't feed too hard. Top lane, they're not done with SMG. They make another move to come and kill him. The response from Boom was sort of coming with the TP in from Skem, but it was too late. As well as too little. The Nightmare though onto Whitemon's Lion. As well as the X back here. They want to try and bring him down, and it looks like they will leave the Lion to the Wolves here, but Gabby himself is being gripped up by the Bane. Skem doesn't have any follow-up damage, and with the Batrider showing up as well, they've got a lasso, but they don't even need it for the Bane kill, it looks like. Pro actually struggling to finish him off. Will need another Flame Break or at least a bit more damage. Has the Firefly instead. He goes big forward with the Tumbler's Toy. Gets Skem as well as Tims. They're just eating Esports alive here in the top lane. Missing the Pit of Malice onto the Batrider as well. Carl sets up another kill onto Yopa. Perfectly played. With the Mirana in the trees who's going to TP out. T1 crushing it here so far in the early game.
It's like last game all over again. Look at the kill score.
Cuckoo's loving it. He's got space.
I'm pushing the tower.
I'm contributing. Yeah.
Yay. Does he have anything coming through, or is he actually just I was wondering if he would go Armlet, but turns out not. I think last time he played, right, he was basically a carry. I think Carl really sacrificed his game to give better offlane Wraith King game. And he like power farmed and got like this kind of core items and became another carry. This game is the complete opposite. Carl is really the star of the show. Cuckoo just gonna go for Blink Dagger and try and be that initiator.
Yep.
So great switch up of playstyle there. He's honestly, I mean, he took the bot tower. Like he's doing things on the map. He's putting pressure on. You can't really ask for more from your very countered Wraith King.
Yeah, with how well his team's doing in the top lane, he's taking advantage of the space, not just to be some passive farmer, but take over and control the map down bottom. So feels like Boom Esports need to make something happen, but they haven't got the best heroes to do that with. Underlord not known for his playmaking potential, and right now it really comes down to Yopaj as the big playmaker on Kunkka, but that's a big ask for him considering that his lane went a little bit spoily. He's not having that fantastic start that we're so used to seeing him have.
Yes, I think Bane is very important with grip. That's kind of like a lot of how they get kills. It's just come off cooldown again, so pretty good. They brought a lot of bodies top. That'll give them the tower, which is nice. But yeah, you had to commit a lot. The net worth lead is luckily not Cuckoo.
Setting up on Cuckoo down bottom, but
And I might spare you.
gonna juke his way out of there. The Bane even TP down bottom as well, so looked like 3 Boom heroes were trying to kill Cuckoo. He tipped Skem. He's like, I believe I just outplayed you. The Moonlight Shadow Escape was there. Didn't have any detection.
They're running instantly top with T1. Smart response. You just saw that 3 heroes reacted to the bot lane, so you try and take advantage of that. But then they're gonna back off when they realize that it's not bad. They've also run up.
He bolts in, but instantly gets cursed up. Nice response from Tim's Wyvern to help Yopaj out. Ghost gonna come flying through, but Carl manages to get away from that one. Throws out a flame break with a finger of death onto FBZ, but he tanks his way through it. And with the Fiend's Grip coming out onto Zephyr's Mirana, the damage may be too much for him, but Mirana goes leaping forward. Once the FBZ kill him, will get it. Plus the Yopaj death. They're absolutely destroying them. Gabby finishes off Tims as well, and that's 3 dead on the Boom Esports side. About to be 4 with Skem. Chase down as well. Only Jackie's life steal left standing. What a disaster for Boom Esports here.
I can't help but feel like they just forgot about like Batrider when they opted. I just can't. I can't think in my mind that they would pick these heroes and think, yeah, we can deal with Batrider. I don't know. Maybe it's just that they had an idea and it turned out to not work the way that they planned. Like obviously that happens often with drafts, especially when you kind of do uncommon strategies like this dual pick of Underlord Wyvern, but it just feels so hard for them to deal with it because I see an idea in their draft. They're like, okay, well, we're gonna pick some sturdy heroes that are hard to kill, like Conquer with Rum Buff, hard to kill, Underlord, a lot of health, hard to kill. We're gonna hold our towers, like Lifestealer's guy's Rage. We're just gonna like make it really difficult for the enemy team to play, but like this whole strat is kind of destroyed by the fact that Batrider has got such a free game.
I'm sure there's gonna be a lot of people asking, like, wondering, and also second guessing, like, this Underlord Wyvern, like, pick in the second phase just hasn't really felt all that impactful, and also just kind of came out of nowhere. These are not heroes that Boom typically plays. Like, Tim's played a little bit of Wyvern in the past, but it's not a signature pick. FBZ is not a big Underlord player. These picks came out of nowhere.
Yeah, this seems like something they might have scrimmed with maybe, but they definitely did not play it in the...
They found FBZ once again. Poor Underlord just trying to get some farm. There's nothing they can do to respond to that. It's just easy pickings. Wherever T1 go, it just feels like they can take whatever kills they can find, and there's no punish at all.
And honestly, I really love T1's Mirana. They play with it so lovely. If they don't get Bane, they get Shadow Demon. If they don't get Shadow Demon, they get Lion. Either way, there's something with a setup, and they are just finding kills on the map.
On mid T1, want to finish up this T1 mid. Gabby's for the BKB, blinking it is Carl's Batrider. Once again gets caught by the Winter's Curse, but the damage may not be there to finish him off. Does get brought low and does end up going down. Ghost Ship comes flying through as well. This is the fight that Boom have perhaps been looking for. They'd love to get more, and they will do so. Cuckoo ends up dying, doesn't skill the reincarnation, perhaps knowing he was going to die a second time. So a great hold for Boom.
That kind of showed some concepts, maybe. Like when I'm saying, oh yeah, like it felt like they didn't think about the Batrider. Actually, there they showed maybe they did. Maybe Wyvern was meant to be like the answer. Yeah, sure, Batrider kind of messes over a hero that you Cold Embrace with all of his magic first, but actually, if he ever jumps in, you do have Winter's Curse, a BKB piercing spell that allows Batrider to not be able to just drag your teammate back into his team.
Definitely a fight where you can see a little bit of the vulnerabilities of this Batrider. He can't just go in willy-nilly. If they're not ready for him, yeah, you're going to get all these kills, but he just went right into a bear trap there and got his foot sliced off, so...
Oh god, how gory.
This is Dota itself is a gory game, okay, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Also, Yopaj is BKB reveal, I believe on this, so... Yeah. It's also timing for that one.
Yeah, that was nice. Well, my arrow follow-up for the Lion, but Cold Embrace is there for scan. That'll just buy him a little bit of time.
Can I just say, I had no idea I ever started damage. I always thought it was magical. I don't know why.
You love me.
Interesting.
You can do no
to say to
damage.
that. Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, it's funny how there's some just stuff that you just think is like common sense in Dota, but then there's also so much stuff like for me it's like, duh, I've always known that, but there's so much other stuff I'm like, I had no idea that's how that works. Now people be like, you're an idiot. Like,
lightning should be magical. Like it's like why would it be physical? It makes no sense. Yeah. I've talked a lot about the things that I just didn't know about today, like the poison stacks as well. I'm a great analytical caster, very big brain.
I feel like people could write like a thesis on like Dota mechanics and you'd still like get stuff wrong and not even cover like half of the game.
True.
This game's crazy. I mean, literally pro players are like hopping into the test client like every other day to be like, oh, I don't know how this mechanic works. Let's try it out on the test client.
Yeah. There's so many intros. I mean, I feel like the base workings of it and spelling and all of that.
It's easy. Pull it out out once more. Seen this one before.
Very
So I
nice.
think the one I never knew for a long time was the SF Ultimate when it used to have the damage reduction. Like I was like, oh, I didn't realize it used to do that. Like for the longest time, I thought it just did damage. It doesn't anymore. It used to.
Okay.
Once upon a time.
Sorry.
Now it slows.
You know, if you yield on top of someone, they can get trapped underneath you.
Radiant's middle tower is under
What do you mean by
attack.
trapped?
Like you can get there's like a, you know, when they change Yules so that you can't do it like directly on top of someone anymore. They put like a hitbox or something, or a box of some kind underneath, and heroes can get like trapped in it so they can't walk. So
That
if you
sounds-
Yules yourself, some people can get like trapped underneath.
Ah, okay.
Weird. I don't really know like, how
Can you
that
blink?
happens.
Can you blink on them and use yourself? Or that won't work, I guess, because they have to be right under you.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can make it happen or if they have to be like phased under you or something. Like you can trap your ally underneath you.
Great way to grief people. Perfect
Yeah.
for playing Dota.
Illusion!
Anyway, fun facts. Hooray! So, looking at the game, like vision-wise, I think it's actually a little bit more aggressive. Actually, no, T1 have a really nice deep flow down in the triangle somewhere, but I don't think they've been playing on it for a long time, so it's kind of like served its purpose, I guess.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
Booms is actually pretty expensive. It kind of like there was kind of just span a long line from the top of the river down to their bottom jungle. Just trying to do the best they can to get farms so they can hopefully take a fight. I'm actually not sure what their timing is this. Lifesteal's going for Skye right now. Yopaj finished it, which they got a nice fight off the back of. But now he's just going for like Sanj and Yasher and Bridge.
Gold from my chest.
And you're a little bit concerned about Lifestealer just in general. Like, even if he gets the farm, it's not necessarily going to be a free Lifestealer game, so...
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom
Razor
tower
is
under
such a
attack.
beast this game, and going for refresher now, like when he had, is he going Lincoln? This is like a scary lifestealer between the BKB and the Lincolns. I think it's very hard for Boom to stop him. You wanted to use your Wyvern and her ult to kind of control these heroes, but now you can't even do that.
Charging in forward, they spoke up and they look to initiate here. They catch Yopaj, just going to BKB himself. Carl finds the lasso on the Wyvern. That's the Winter's Curse taken out of the picture. And they want more. Skem's Bane going for a helpless grip onto the Razor, knowing that he's just trying to help his teammates get out of there. They may go for more here. Carl, is he bitten off more than he can chew? He goes right into the Bear's Den as he gets blown up by a goat chip combo. Razor just going to BKB and look to fight his way out of this one, but already half health. Gabby has to just BKB TP out and gets out just in time. Base is on. FBZ, the Infest into the Underlord. I love it. That's the, you know, he's like, FBZ, where's your Blink Dagger, bro? You're not playing, right?
Yeah, where's my Blink Stun?
Get lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Thought about rifting bottom. Thinks better of it. They're looking for Gabby here. I think they know where he TP'd. They're actually going to hunt for him and Skem. Are they going to be able to cut him off? He's hiding in the trees. I think Gabby realizes he's made a bit of a mistake and he... pretty star-studded players. It definitely brought a lot of doubts to people about everyone and their, you know, their individual prowess on that team. But Gabby, I think, reminding people like, hey, I'm still a tier 1 carry player. I'm still one of the best.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He sure is.
I'll put that money
Improving it game after game.
reasonable price.
With that said, they're not across the finish line just yet. T1, they've got a 5k gold lead. They're, you know, solidly ahead when it comes to kind of kills and just control of this game. But esports are slowly kind of claw their way back into this game.
Wyvern's bread.
They're kind of putting a lot on Gabby's shoulder. like I was been talking and praising up how much of a free Batrider game it is, and obviously Carl is playing out of his mind to make that happen, but he's not gone for this sort of ED Batrider build we've seen other players go for, where they kind of go for like Octarines and Lincoln Spheres. He went for Blink and Force Staff. He was just like, I'm just gonna like pull people back into my Razor, right? So Gabby is a lot of like the main core here for now.
Radiant's bottom tower
A little surprising that, yeah, Carl doesn't have a beat. Even queued up, he's got the Sanjin Kaya, so thinking he can play without the BKB this game. Maybe just because, yeah, it's not going to help against the Wyvern. Like, he's blinking in and getting cursed, so he wants status resistance set, I guess?
Yeah. Why get Lincolns when I can just be cursed for less time?
Yeah. No,
so smart.
Get Lincolns, you're going to get cursed and then gripped, so it's like, okay. At that point, I think you're winning the fight if you're taking all these spells, but I mean, at least your Razor's having a good time.
Oh, sorry, I didn't even click Cuckoo. I thought he was going to be more sacrificial. No, he actually on anyway.
Getting in on Zep. They bring down the Mirana. As Jackie got an escape, he's A-OK with the Lotus Orb. Underlord trying to help him out against the Razor with that Lotus pickup. That's one nice way to potentially deal with the static link.
Yeah, as well as the bat. He doesn't have any Lincolns or anything, so straight up cannot last if someone's not close.
Done. Yopaj wants to go in once more. He's got a Shadow Blade to go fishing with. See if he can find anything here. Carl in the top lane's got to be a little bit careful. He's got a Blink Dagger, but if he gets slowed out, doesn't have that BKB, but he will scout the rotation with the ward.
I guess Boomer's trying to find ways to fight back. The Lotus definitely makes their fights easier. Lifesteal, he kind of can't be touched by the lasso. I guess Gabby's sort of okay linking it because it just pops his own Lincolns, right? But then you are vulnerable to getting Winter's Curse, so I guess it's a little bit hard. It just makes their fights more when they have to think about the spellcasting.
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
Dire's top tower is under
T1
attack.
feeling like they've hit a good timing to go 5. They've got this Wraith King BKB. Buku's come online. He's a not just an offlaner at this point. He's transitioning into that true game impacting semi-carry. Tim's in the front line, caught out without any kind of mobility tool. There is no way for him to escape, so he goes down, and that means don't imagine Boom Esports want to continue trying to take this fight, but they're being hunted. Carl is switching, looking for more on that Batrider. Can he find a good target to land? So the good chip coming in, that's going to block a good amount of damage here, but Yopaj forced the BKB and got on the back foot here. Teams will buy back to guarantee this fight goes okay, and Gabby, unfortunately for Boom, he just TP's out. They couldn't get Tim's in range for the Winter's Curse, but instead, they get Cuckoo on the Wraith King here. They draw the Winter's Curse here to make sure they get his first leg. Will they be able to get his second without a BKB? They should be okay to do so. Zephyr just leaps out and leaves Cuckoo to die.
I mean, he has core items, but he's still a Wraith King into all these horrible, horrible heroes. It's very difficult for him to get out.
Step lively now.
Once
Your
he's in.
admiral is on board.
I think they did a really good job of controlling Carl in that fight. Like we said, he does not have a BKB. He has no defensive items, pretty much. He had to force off to get out of the Underlord pit, and then at that point, like, he was just... I think he got voted by Yopaj. So yeah, he was never able to get in. It ended up forcing Gabby to TP out because they didn't have control for Boom's cores. Carl couldn't really get in, and they just disengaged, and it just kind of turned... Yeah, turned to rubbish for T1.
Yeah, in the end, it's just the Wraith King they lose, but considering how the fight started, I think they were hoping for more. They did get the buyback out of Tim's, I guess. Small consolation prize. And if they can kill this Wyvern again, they are scanning in the tree, so I think they have an idea of where Tim's is. Well, they definitely do now when he throws out the Splinter Blast, but elsewhere they've gone in with the Blink Blast, so trying to sign the fight, and Tim goes down. They get both supports on the Boom side, and yeah, Boom, I don't think we're ready for that one. Tim's overestimating perhaps how safe he was in this top lane, and FBZ himself, he dark rifted up here. He's got no escape, so Gabby just chases him down with the BKB. They're not done. They found one more. They found the life zone. That's a big kill if they can get it. And No escape for him. Yokaj even in trouble himself. He's got the BKB, but he can't TP out. He's being chased down, and they got the control for him. I think with the movement speed, he might just barely be okay, but no, they blame break it back, and they just died the high ground. Full team wipe for T1. Absolutely destroying Boom in this fight.
Very, very nicely done. You just see how hard it is for Lifesteal to play this game when they have so much control. He is quite stunned by Wraith King, stunned by Lion, stunned by Mirana. They just chain stun him. There's nothing you can do. Like it's such a hard game. This was their last pick. They saw a lot of these matchups, so maybe they just couldn't find anything better. But it just seems like every fight is such a struggle, and they don't really have jump on the Boom. T1 can always just jump in with a Blink Dagger on Wraith King. They can jump in with a lasso on Fat, and Boom just kind of have to play so reactively.
And the only time it feels like that slightly worked is when that can be Wyvern, like positioning and getting off a good curse. Problem is, at any time T1 can jump the Wyvern, they'll do just that, as we saw in the last couple of fights.
Might as well have shot nothing.
Out. They get themselves an Aegis. This Gabby Razor, level 21, Refresher, double BKB, double Eye of the Storm, and an Aegis in hand as well. That is a problem.
God. That is terrifying. I don't even know if they split pushed that well. I felt like in the past games when they were behind facing Aegises, they were a bit easier at being cheeky with split pushing. I guess FNZ can do it kind of alright, because you can always just start Grift out. It feels like he's really...
He can do that every now and then he'll get caught doing it, but he's also successfully, kept these legs pushed out pretty well. Is there, like, I mean, even, okay, so let's say they somehow just survive their way through this Aegis without dying too much. Is there, like, a timing where or an item or something they're looking for and they're going to be ready to fight? Or, like, what needs to happen for Boom to get back into this game?
That's a hard question.
Throws from the other team. They need throws, it sounds like, then.
They do need throws. I mean, I like the fights they took where they were able to get Winter's curses off onto Batright. But it's still hard for Lifestealer to really fight. I don't see him having much damage on it. It feels like he needs more damage and then like a basher as well, because like last fight when Gabby just TP'd out in front of him, that feels bad. I think like that was probably one of your best case scenario fights where things were going well for you, but then the enemy cores were able to just kind of leave. If they're able to get a basher, maybe that doesn't happen, and then like kind of turn these better situations.
And when it comes to T1, as far as, closing out this game, surprisingly, they actually haven't taken many towers yet, but, like, what are they looking to achieve with this Aegis, and, like, how do they make sure they don't throw this game and get that win, considering the position they're in?
I'm gonna close the map off. Aegis is, you gotta take that mid tower. You can probably just walk up and take it at this point. I don't think you lose your Aegis doing that. Do they have any deep wards down?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Other than the mid lane.
Yeah, you're pretty blind on T1, but I'm sure you feel confident right now with the Aegis, so yeah, they need to take this tower. They have the other tier 1s already, which is nice. At this point, they can kind of side of the map they want to take. Gabby's picking bot side, so they'll probably play around there, take a tier 2 tower, take the outpost. They have, they still have this threat on T1 that we talked about very early in the game, where like, try and like avoid this Aegis and split push lanes. They do have good like setup on 1-1. He has like 1 line, Chad, negative call.
Gabby charging forward on Jack Boys. Jackie just gonna be forced to flee here. That's the first BKB from the Razor. Still has a second if he wants to pop the Refresher. Gets torrented up, and it looks like they're gonna leave Skem on the Bane. Perhaps die here. The Boomer just thinking, we got to get out of here. The entire T1 team has responded to their aggression, and maybe somewhat not a disaster for them, just losing a Bane in the end.
Yeah, but it's the map control, right? They're forced out of their triangle. It's like a space they can't farm. They can't. You know, if T1 swing to the bot side of the map, then that means that Boom are able to take their triangle and push up the top lane, and maybe like even sneak some of the enemy's jungle, right? And that's like their space to farm. When they get ran out like that, now they're all shoved back into their base. You know, right now they're like looking like, oh, let's try and get back out on the map. But like that was like 30 plus seconds of time they could have been spreading out on the map and farming, but they lost because of that move by T1.
Try and make up for it now as they see T1 push the bottom tier 2 tower. They'll make their move to go farm elsewhere, but they've already lost the tower. They're going to lose their outpost control now as well, so this will quickly start to get pretty ugly for them.
Thank you. Oh, they're just going to go straight onto the high ground. Okay.
Yeah. Just like, okay, we're ready for this, right? Even just focusing them back to defend can be kind of annoying.
Yeah, it's so annoying playing into Underlord high ground. They don't have like really nice siege. Pretty much only Razor, and he doesn't have an axe, which is what really lets him shred through towers. But yeah, there's no easy tower siege into Underlord. It's just going to be annoying. They probably want to just really increase their net worth lead, and then maybe try and find a way to take a really good fight, and then off the back of that. I don't think sieging is going to be very easy.
Boom have smoked up here, but they're not looking to necessarily go aggressive with it. They're looking to kind of like sit behind their other heroes using the smoke. Speaking of which, Carl has sniffed out Skem's Bane and wants to kind of hunt him down. Has the double flame break, but can't get anybody inside. Piss from Jackie just to try and make sure Skem's okay. Jesus, that flame break damage. It hurts.
Unbearable. That ag shot, it better get enough. I swear to God.
I don't know if Batrider is like high priority for a nerf.
I just think it's that shot. I think he's actually kind of okay overall, but like the 2-charge flame break is way too much.
Especially when it's a repositioning tool. Like repositioning tools in Dota are just so powerful.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Mid lane T1 playing things safe. They do get the Lotus onto the Underlord before the lasso, so that actually sets up a kill on Carl. What a play from FBZ, the fast fingers to react. He self-Lotuses and kills Carl. That was so quick.
I didn't see what triggered that, but did he just like preemptively Lotus himself when he kind of walked up, or did he get a sticky napalm on him? Yeah.
I think he just reacted to the blink. That was what I saw, at least. Maybe we'll get a replay of it. I hope so, because I think he just... The second the Batrider blinked him and was, like, casting lasso, he was Lotusing. Maybe he, like, mind gamed it and thought ahead or something, but that was so fast. And suddenly, Boom is pushing forward. What the hell's happening? Boom's going high ground. Their life steal. Yeah. This game just turned on its head. It's been T1, T1, T1 from start till now, but one Batrider kill and Boom are pressing forward with this lifesteal on the high ground. Baseball does get stunned once. The arrow going to come flying through as well. Gets Lotus. Nice curse on the Gabby. Going to force Kugi to attack him, but this may be time for the retreat. They've got an infest if they need it. They're going to look to Dark Rift out of here. Everybody huddle. There we go. Good job with the team huddle, and they get all back to safety.
As long as Jackie doesn't get stunned up super hard, it's it's a nice push.
Oh, here's the replay. It looked like he was just maybe he was preemptively Lotus actually. I honestly I couldn't quite tell again.
Yeah, I didn't see the stun attack.
We want to take it in the fight. They're starting to feel a little bit more confident here, it seems. Their front line is very hard to bring down with how tanky Lifestealer and Kunkka are. Even Underlord too. I mean, these heroes all sitting on like very high amounts of health.
Is under attack.
As long as they can just punish like they did mid. Yeah, I mean,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I just their way into the game. I mean, they are just really defensive. They just make sure they execute properly whenever
Radiant's top tower
make any move.
Radiant's top tower
they have the heroes to do. But they just have to be so careful as well. Like mid could have gone. It could have gone a different way. I feel like it could have gone badly for them. Jackie did actually like drop quite low, even though they got the first half. So scary. He doesn't have a Lincoln's kind of combo break when they start with a hex. So they start with if Cuckoo gets the fast stun off, it's it can end up being stunned for like 18 seconds with all these heroes.
Yeah, he's relying on his teammates to bail him out, whether it's a Nightmare save, a Cold Embrace isn't really the best of saves, but they've also got the Lotus Orbs too. But even, like, again, it's not always going to be reliable. It's all in that mid lane where he came very close to being brought down. Both teams are smoked up as 5. Jackie's showing mid, so that maybe gives T1 a bit of an idea. I don't think Lifesteal would be up farming that deep if he was alone, so looks like T1 have no interest in taking the fight to Boom right now, but Roshan respawning in 30 seconds, so both teams will start to probably posture around that, and we'll see who's going to get the better jump or the better kind of position for that potential Roche fight.
That is finally, Cull is finally going like.
Well, he's also going to get a nice little jump on the Bane. Sken gets Cold Embrace, but he gets blown up before he can do anything. Instantly buys back. They've also caught FBZ here, who's not all too tanky, unfortunately. And that means no Lotus, no Lincolns that he can put on his life sealer, so full retreat here as T1 go charging forward, looking for more. They have used the lasso, so it doesn't look like they're going to initially get more. Doing what he can to defend the tower with some nice Tidebringers, but 50 seconds with no Underlord, that should give T1 Roshan here, or at least a 4v5 fight around the Roche pit.
Back to Tim's design build, by the way, going Link Aether Lens, making sure that he avoids the case fell off and not die. Very good. You're always searching for that back line, right, as T1, and when you have Blink Dagger, it just means you set that extra range back to make sure that you got off and done it. So, awesome. Choice by him.
The road here, but Boomer making moves towards the pit. The Hex comes out onto the Life Sealer. The Sun is there as well. The Life Sealer, they can't quite bail him out. He needs an infest target, and he's got it with Yopaj. The BKB TP out. Yopaj, he melted very quickly there, but does TP his Life Sealer back to base.
I got a little bit antsy. Cuckoo stun overlap with Whitemon's Earth Spike. Otherwise, maybe that's a kill.
Still T1 getting Roshan here, even though they bought some time here, and Boom's making their way towards the pit. They're going to be there a little bit too late. It feels like for Boom, they're making up for like this gold deficit in the hero matchups with all these like Lincolns and Lotus Orbs to try to deal with the Razor and stuff, and basically everything they can to buff up their life sealer.
Yeah, it's not quite the same, but it's like a little reminiscent of the game we watched. It was like Spirit Burst, it's a Na'Vi where they had like a bunch of Wind Wakers and stuff and Lincolnses, and they were all just Lincolns and Wind Wakering each other to like save. I really love watching that how it goes.
Keep playing the saves. Moving forward, he's got a save of his own just in the form of his ultimate, so he doesn't mind leaving the work today. Coming up to the party as well, they're ready to fight on the T1 side, and they've caught the Kunkka, the big fish. Yopaj goes down. That could spell trouble for Boom, who are going to find Gabby knocking at their door soon. Got that pressure on cooldown for now, but still has BKB available. Now, imagine T1 are at least going to be thinking about going high ground pretty soon. Top?
Yeah,
Oh, Gabby just BKBs. He's okay. He's a little bit, not alone, but Carl is, he's in the bottom pushing out the wave, so for now T1 not rushing things with the high ground push, respecting that. It's hard. It's just hard to push in. You mentioned the Underlord, like it's just a wyvern. Like these are heroes you don't want to go high ground against unless you absolutely are sure you're ready to go high ground.
They can make a play now because Lasso's coming off cooldown. If they can just snag one more hero, then I think the high ground becomes a lot more easy. Or they get a buyback. So
they can find that Lasso target. He goes in, but he blinks into the root. Nice job with the Pit Malice to make it hard for Carl. Said Gabby's going to try poke at the tower, but getting constantly kited, slowed down, enfeebled. He's not doing much damage when that enfeebles on him. And boom, they managed to hold pretty solidly, but they're down 25k gold. This lead just continues to increase for T1.
I just don't know how much it means anymore. Like, when you think about it, it feels like no matter how much gold they acquire, like, they already all have, like, Lincoln stuff. But the game still feels difficult. There's always that threat of, like, Lewis or...
I trust everyone else.
Use their spells on a life skiller who is going to be ripped out. It's just so frustrating. It just feels like we just have so many saves and tools. Like, this life skiller is just like, you know, I'm got like 4,000 health. You can go on me, lasso me, but I'm going to survive through it, and then someone's going to bail me out.
Isn't it so weird though? Like, does Boom ever play like this? I feel like every time we watch a Boom game, they are just like 800 kills or bust, you know? This is the absolute opposite of what I feel like we used to.
Yeah. The team that usually plays on the back foot or looks to kind of turtle it up, they are going to get the X on the Cuckoo, but he just BKBs his way out of there. I think knowing that his teammates were a little bit too far away for his own comfort. Gabby has rotated on the Razor. They've still got 90 seconds left on the Danger, so it does seem like T1 want to take a fight, and Gabby's got the perfect line coming in from behind. He gets nightmared up, though. Gets the BKB off, though. He does get woken up here, and now they're going to take out the Bane support to start things off here. FPZ could be next on the Underlord. He's already used his ultimate, and Yopaj just has to BKB TP his way back home. His Wyvern gets chased down. The Infest heal is not enough from Jackie, and now his Infest is on cooldown. No rage for a couple of seconds, but he will be okay. The buybacks will scare T1 off. They do X back in the ring. They want to force this fight. Jackie's going to be careful. He's so incredibly low. He's actually gone down. He's overcommitted. That's his Yopa. Just a rampage. Gabby just eats him alive, just zapping them with the lightning. That's still the Nature, so even if he loses his first life here, he's not afraid to dive the enemy base, and they can smell victory here in this series. It's the Game 3 decider, and they are just taken over this Boom Esports base. Gabby's lost his first life, but he's still going to be BKB to play around, and he is going to BKB TP his way out of here. So T1 don't feel like they can seal the deal here in game number 3. They back off.
Well, that was a lot of buybacks. That was a lot of buybacks.
I thought it was game, and then they're like, let's just we'll play for next Roshan or next cooldown.
We're definitely 37k net worth deficit now.
That's a big number. That's pretty big.
Yeah, it's a lot. They can win the game now off of any pick-off. It's actually just so frightening for Boom, especially when you're playing into Batrider. Yeah, you have your ideas of like Winter's Curse to kind of stop Batrider from stealing your heroes, but he does have a Lincoln. It's sort of hard to execute. If this guy kidnaps anyone on your team, they are dead. They are dead for like 2 minutes. This is like buyback cooldown timers on the respawns now. It's very easy to lose, I would say.
Yes. And meanwhile, T1 not really using any buybacks to get these results. They're just getting these kills, no one's really dying, and no one's buying back. Like, Boom are getting like 1 kill out of a team fight on the support, maybe at best most of the time. Or that fight, I don't think they killed anyone.
Yeah, the 3 people on T1 don't have buybacks, and it's only because they don't have the money for it. If they have like a fight now, it's not a 5v5, it's gonna be a 5v10. That's how many lives T1 have to expend and use. Yeah, Batrider can easily die and just TP back in.
The last kill Boom actually got was that kill on the Batrider mid. So even in these fights, they're not even killing these supports.
Hard, everyone has so much money. Look at Marana, she has an MKB for God's sake.
Okay. Yeah, she's like,
what the hell?
She's like, I'm the lifesteal counter, right? Like, Wraith King, you don't want to hit this lifesteal. I'm a ranged core.
That is such a funny pickup. He doesn't even have evasion or anything.
Your admiral is on board.
MKB for the sake of...
He's got, it has the evasion tower. 16%. It's like, it doesn't feel like worth it by itself, mate.
Yeah. Like, a lot of Marana. A lot of money. Damage with it. And you're 25. So power storm damage. It's like,
Step lively now. Your admiral is on board.
I think like that build with like the E-Blade Axe, I've seen that. So much damage. But yeah, no, Zeph was like, nah, I'm a carrier. I'm going Hurricane Pike, I have an MKB.
I mean, I guess the bonus, the pierce with the magic damage goes through the cold embrace is maybe what he's thinking. Well, but
Radiant's top tower.
It does feel like we're in that Luxram territory where he can just buy whatever. There's not much thinking to it, maybe, with how far ahead they are.
I always get very jealous when I'm on the losing side of games like these. It's like I look at the enemy flying and he has E-Blade Dagon or something, and I'm like, that's just not fair. Like, I have to buy normal, I have to buy BKB. This guy gets to just buy a Dagon E-Blade. Like, come on.
Well, it's good to have more fun, you know, when things are going well. That's T1 supports right now, doing whatever the hell they want. They've also got this really nice ninja gear on Batrider, just allowing him to constantly be smoked up all over the map. It's so scary when he's just always out of vision because of this.
Back so soon?
I actually don't even know what they're planning. I mean, they obviously like are talking a lot as a team about how they want to take this Boomer in such a weak spot. Really up to T1 deciding
this is cool.
When they want to jump.
They leave the gem in Roshan so they can see it respawn, I guess.
X marks the spot.
Well, yeah. All right.
That's a power move. That's like the type of move you can only make when you're crushing this hard.
Because you can't use couriers to scout Roshan anymore, so okay. They see Roshan and they're headed that way. That's what they were waiting for.
A wyvern's breath.
This is spelling like the demise of what's here. They've still got their base. They haven't lost the lane of rats, but it doesn't feel like this game is getting any better, like as time goes on or any closer. Like we're at 15 minutes in, but this is all T1 all day long right now, and now they've got themselves Asia's refresher shards as well.
If
Step lively now.
Oh, they're running. Oh, they're running.
Yeah. They have the ward. Oops. Okay. They're out just in time. They're like, oh, we wanted to de-ward, but not happening.
I think if they don't force a high ground issue at this point, I don't understand better. They have no buybacks on. Well, I mean, they have 2 buybacks now on Boom. Buybacks are going to be coming up in like 1 minute's time. This is your window. You have
See that put to the test here. Great King looking poised to jump in, as is Carl's Batrider. Gabby on the front lines doing what he can to chip at these buildings. He's got that Aghanim Scepter now, so has the ability to damage structures as well. But it's, every time he goes to the high ground, he just loses like 1,000, 2,000 health because of all the running into some firestorm damage. It's very annoying. Unfortunately, they can't reliably initiate with Carl because of all these Lincoln Spheres. Also, the Pit of Malice just being plopped on the ground, preventing Carl from being able to blink in easily.
Lifestealer and Conquer don't have Lincoln. They just keep getting fed the Lincolns by FTZ.
3v1, I guess. They're smoking, don't worry.
Okay.
They're fishing with arrows. Just keep throwing arrows. Eventually, you're going to hit a 5-second arrow.
So true.
Everyone's just like trying to find a pickup, and they finally got one. Oh, he gets bailed out by the Lotus Orb. Bane getting low here. He nightmares himself. These flame breaks are just doing too much damage, though. He does end up going down. Razor on the high ground is trying to get this mid lane of Rax here. Who did lose his first life on the Wraith King. Had to BKB waddle his way out of the Radiant base. Jackie in some trouble here. Has to back off for now. Gabby couldn't actually finish up the melee rack. This high ground push is just so frustrating for T1. They've got to know and feel that this game is like, surely we've won this game, right? Like, there's nothing they can do to win this, but at the same time, they're like, how do we win this? Like, what do we do? How do we crack this egg?
This is ridiculous. This game's gonna go for 60 minutes, man. How's this happened to us twice?
And it's one thing, like, you see the games that, like, oh yeah, this is going 60. These two teams are evenly matched, and it's like these fights are all 50-50. This is the opposite. Boom has had, like, 1 kill in the last 15-20 minutes. They're just turtling it up.
He's down by 50k.
Oh, I love it. We're looking to break some records. I feel like I've definitely seen, like, 60-65k gold leads before. Blink lasso in. Nothing to say coming into play here as Gabby goes charging forward. The Eye of the Storm just zipping and zapping through everyone, but he's getting brought pretty low here. Jackson's trying to fight his way through this one, but he's losing his damage to the static link, and there's too much Gabby damage. Plus 226, plus 300, sorry, after the Enfeeble wears off. He is just right-clicking too damn frick hard. Buyback on FBZ, but the Lifestealer not so fortunate. Without a buyback on him, this may be the end finally for Boom. 56k gold. Cuckoo blinks in, just cleaving through him with the Wraith King. He eats the Bane alive. He wants Yopad next. It was like finally they may have finally broken through Boom. They definitely broken through my ability to talk about this game. Winter's Curse comes down on Lion, but it doesn't even connect on anything. And surely this is it. Surely, Sheepa, surely. Back off now, T1. Oh, the splitter blast the clean Yopad. Oh, it's just an Aegis. And Cuckoo's also got himself reincarnation. They're just giving them some extra kills here. Only Yopad's left standing, and they'll GG out as the team wipe is completed. 65k gold lead in the end at T1. I don't think there was much doubt. They wouldn't get through.
67k, that's a big number. Oh my gosh, dude, Zephyr like slaying FBZ there at the end. He's like, seriously guys, this game's gone on too long. I'll just do it myself.
Yeah. They couldn't even get a kill in the last fight. They tried to Winter's Curse a lot.